Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see. It's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see. It's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
No. Damn it, yeah.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan is true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back card, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan is true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back card, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show Wednesday night. Let's fucking go. I am your host, Phil.
Yeah.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
We're coming in hot today. There's a lot to talk about. Welcome, everybody. First and foremost, DMW tomorrow is going to go down during the day. So I don't even know what time, But you'll catch the replay if you miss it during the day. But if you want to catch it live, like I know many of you do, it will be during the day tomorrow. Time Cop. What else do we got going on? Hit like in the way in, guys. Retweet if you're watching on X. Super chat in. Become a member. Gift a membership if you want to support. Or check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's motherfucking links bookmarked. Pardon me, not bookmarked, but placed in the description or pinned in the chat there, okay? To the Patreon. Check that out. And I appreciate you guys for being here. We have a lot to get to. Daniel Garcia was fined by AEW because he's a little bitch and he was slapping phones out of people's hands at Redemption. Dynamite is also on, so we are putting that on right now and are going to watch this. Okay, I may have a guest, a friend of the show, join this evening, possibly, quite possibly, very possibly. What else? Grayson Waller cut a pipe bomb on NXT. There's a lot of motion going on. Pero Del Mal showed up in NXT. There's a lot of stuff happening going on in NXT right now. Mike Santana is Montana Cruz. And SummerSlam, we're going to preview SummerSlam, guys, which I probably could have, I could have clickbaited more probably if I put SummerSlam preview in the title. I just didn't think of it. And we're here for the drama, right, sisses? We're here for the tea. We're here for the tea and cookies, okay? So I'm gay today. No. So I am absolutely excited for this show. It is jam-packed. There's so much going on, and Dynamite that I'm trying to pull up here. I don't know why the fuck this isn't working here. I may just need to throw this on my phone or something. Whatever. Enough about that. We have tons of miscellaneous news. How is chat doing? I am going to see a Spider-Man tomorrow, and I'm going to drop a review for it over on this other channel. But not that you guys care about that, right? On Memba Monday, we were talking a bunch about the MCU and shit. Oh, I watched Supergirl, guys. I watched Supergirl last night, finally. Do you want my thoughts? Why could I? Okay. Just trying to get... It's impossible. I'm just going to put it on a site on my phone, I guess. Supergirl, guys. It was fucking brutal, okay? It was a fucking brutal, terribly written. The settings were trash. A bunch of it didn't make sense. The fight scenes were so bad and lame. And I just really didn't like it, and I'm not a hater on comic book superhero shit. You guys know, I give a lot of leeway with that stuff, just because I like the fact that it gets made in the first place. Like, we had to fight so hard to even get an MCU in the first place. But and I know we're talking DCU, but that shit is just terribly bad. Just being completely honest. And yeah, I'm trying to get, I need to get Dynamite pulled up. I'm just going to throw it on my phone, I think, on this fucking site. But yeah, what did you guys think of Supergirl? I feel like Tony Khan made Supergirl. Don't diss dog shit like that. Hey, Sterling. Yeah, I mean, it was just a bad movie. Like, if it was just a movie about anything, it was just bad. Right? So I think Spider-Man's going to like blow that one away. Even when people were shitting on Supergirl, I was like still optimistic about how good it was going to be, but no. I wasn't having any of that. I could break it down in more detail, I guess, but it's just whoever made it like clearly doesn't know what people want to see in superhero movies. And aside from Lobo, and it's just such a travesty for Momoa. Like, he was Aquaman. Like, he was super mid Aquaman in like the DCEU, and then that shit's kind of gone. And then all of a sudden he's Lobo. Well, it's not kind of gone. It is gone. I know there's rumors they might try and bring it back and shit, but whatever. And then like your Lobo, and he just knocks it out of the park, and all of his scenes are so good, but then it's just trapped in this shitty movie. Like, I do not want to see any more Supergirl. The best parts of Supergirl were Lobo, and then when Superman crossed over, and you could like show the difference in their character, you know? But anyway, speaking of difference in character, it's pro wrestling time, and Osprey's about to get jumped out here. Yeah. Let's get into some Indies news here. Well, first, we're about to see what's going on here. Is a musical about to pop off? Oh my God. So they're attacking Bruv. Or not really, actually. They cracked. Who got cracked? Garcia, because he's a dumb fuck. That's for the fan. That's Tone trying to stay face with the fans. We're going to talk about Garcia. This is like Grease or West Side Stories about to break out in this back alley. This is like the start to a gay porno right here. And then he gives them like the neo-Nazi jean jacket patch back. Sorry, we're just watching Dynamite for a sec. We're going to jump into news. No, this is like some UK meet under the pathway hooligan. They're trying to do like, and then no way Paquette runs up and then follows up, and then Hangman's just, bro, that was actually a decent segment until all this. Oh my God, what the fuck are they doing? Oh, it was actually a good little. It was a good little thing until Renee then follows. I'd actually just like that is where it became Scary Movie. It became a parody of itself. Renee Paquette follows up. I'd really like to get your reaction. And then Hangman's just also chilling in the tunnel. That was some of the worst shit I've ever seen in my life, chat. We can't even get into the show. Show's off. Show canceled. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'll pull this up. Holy shit. Ezra, I think this Ezra 1987, whatever. Easy R says Dinner Debonair, the sequel. Yeah, they start, it's fucking West Side Story. They all start snapping fingers. It's Grease. Tell me more, tell me more. Dinner Debonair. Thank you for your membership as well. That is 10 months of membership. Guys, become a member. It's only 99 cents, and I do bonus shows every week, and we just watch Raw or talk shit. Or, you know, sometimes I do full-blown. My Redemption review was on my member show. So make sure you guys check that out. And joining me on the show, ladies and gentlemen, your friend and mine, because we were going to preview SummerSlam earlier, but I was just unfortunately unable to do that. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but who cares about any of that? Joining me on the show as I babble while I find the theme music, because I did not reorganize most of the soundboard like I promised, guys. They're made to be broken, okay? You learn that. Whatever, ladies and gentlemen, it is the greatest thing you've ever seen. JJ Alexander,
superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So,
what's up, dude? You get the strong music today. That's all I got. That's all I got. I can't find any tunes right now. Oh no, here, this one's suiting. Guys, redo that. Let's rewind. Dip, 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 dip. Joining me now on the show, ladies and gentlemen, JJ.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
He'll take the Halloween theme, dude.
Sure.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Dude, it has been a fucking day.
Yeah, dude, for me too. I'm running around. Like I wanted to review SummerSlam with you earlier and do it like in podcast form and shit, but it just did not work out. I've been running around myself. Are you ready for some news? I think the people came here for some news, for some headlines. Are you ready, dude?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you have Dynamite on? Are you watching Dynamite?
I don't have fucking Dynamite on. Are you crazy?
Okay, that's fair. Because you know what? Jack Perry has like a Shark Boy hat on or something, like a foam hat.
Why?
And you missed like the beginning of West Side Story or whatever. I don't even know. It was like The Outsiders. Fucking Will Ospreay got rammed up on by Moxley and Pony Boy and the gang. And they, and it was, I'm not joking, bro. It was,
when you're a jet. You're a jet for life.
Oh, shit. Okay, so let's get into some news, guys. Let's get into miscellaneous news. I do have this drop. Don't worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Check out Phil Marks Out on YouTube and Full Circle Radio on YouTube for JJ Alexander's shows. So, former WWE star, which we have a few of those to talk about here, Zoe Serrano, aka or FKA rather, Zoe Stark. I would just call myself Zoe if you can get away with being Zoe, right? Because that's her real name or whatever. Just be Zoe. But anyways, made her in-ring return at Rev Pro Women's Grand Prix after over a year away from the ring due to injury and, of course, release from WWE. Are you high on Zoe Serrano in the indies, dude? Are you high on her?
I'm sure she'll do well in the indies. She's a good hand. She's a mechanic. She doesn't have a lot of charisma, but you don't need that on the indies. And, you know, I wish her the best.
Yeah, I'm surprised with her flippy doodahs. Tone didn't like try and scoop her up, you know, even just to stick her in Ring of Honor.
Yet.
Maybe, yeah,
and
yet.
she's working Rev Pro. That means fucking Tony will keep an eye out.
That means she's going to work here, bruv. I'll make sure of it, bruv. Oh, you like to fall down, get back up, bruv? You can do that. You can do that here, bruv. It's this. So yeah, she's there, and the crowd's. I mean, it is what it is. Why is this place set up so weird, where there's just all this open space, like in between the like stacks of the rows of seats? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why are these giant?
I don't know. All of these British indies find the weirdest fucking venues to run in. Like, it's like so wherever we'll take them.
We pull a Tony Khan, bruv. We book a venue way bigger than we need, bruv, because we own it. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, I don't want to get hit by her music. I'm sure Def Rebel didn't make it, but you guys know. Speaking of ex-WWE, we got Samuel Shaw, okay, and we have Joseph Joseph Sawyer reuniting at Atomic Legacy Wrestling. So they're both just themselves, but still kind of Wyatt sixed up.
See, I'm confused because Joe owns the name Joe Gacy, so I don't know why he's not using it anymore.
But, well, here's the thing, man. We don't know. Like, WWE could have bought it off him.
That's a possibility, but I don't see him, like, making that deal.
Because Indy Hartwell, and I don't know if she was called Indy Hartwell, like, she just started wrestling and didn't have a name. And so she sold Indy Hartwell to WWE. But then, like, I believe Ethan Page recently did this too. I think he sold Ethan Page, like, to WWE or whatever. And I know, that's not his real name, is it? Ethan Page?
I don't think so.
I don't know. No, it's Julian Michevsky. So he sold it to WWE, I believe. If maybe I'm hearing wrong, I don't know. That's an allegedly. But either way, you're right. Maybe he didn't just want to pay for it back, but Indy Hartwell just bought her name back. So maybe he's just like, fuck it. I don't want to pay for it back because he's good with his money.
Because like, right? I know, but it's like, because that was his name on the indies for years.
Right.
Like, it was one of the ones where, like, when he got signed by WWE, my first thought was, holy shit, WWE signed him. And my second was, holy shit, WWE let him keep his name.
Yeah, it's
So,
interesting. And then Sam Shaw was Sam Shaw. Obviously, Dexter Lumis was just
Right.
a new name for WWE. And in all honesty, Sam Shaw, because it's like we know what they're doing with Dexter Lumis, right? It's Dr. Loomis and fucking Dexter, like
Dexter,
the
the
killer
serial
from
killer.
the show. Yeah, so
Yeah.
or the laboratory. No. So we move along here. And speaking of ex-WWE, Sheamus was asked if never winning the Intercontinental Championship is a regret of his. And
he was like, nah.
again, man, I don't miss with this shit. Of course, Sheamus is cool with it. He goes, I've had an amazing career, fella. No regrets. I mean it. No regrets. So he's not losing sleep over never winning the IC. And it's good when fandom cares 100%. But like the way he deserved it because no, bro, he won every other title in the world. You don't deserve any belt. And even if you win a belt, it's fucking kayfabe. And I get it. It's still real to me, damn it. But like not every wrestler deserves every belt. So now we not only have to hear people go, everyone deserves to be world champ. Pete Dunne could have been world champ. And I love Pete Dunne, but it's like, no, we have to hear that. But also we have to hear that everyone deserves to be a Grand Slam champion too. It doesn't matter if he won it or not. This is why he wasn't an IC champ. Ready? Because he was on SmackDown and it was the US belt at the time, for instance, right? Like it's not like they kept it away from him. That's
because
a trivial
he was world champ in his first year of being on the main roster. Like,
dude,
but also like I was on Chris Connor's show earlier today and we were talking about this. We were talking about Penta and Gable and I like Chad Gable and I think he's done a lot and I think he's got a good redemption story going for him right here. But it seems like everyone's just like, well, he's been there long enough. He deserves a belt. And I'm just like, being in a company for a long time doesn't fucking mean you just deserve a belt. That's not how this works.
Yeah, or like, even for a short period of time. You're lucky to he's so lucky and blessed to have the ones that he did win. And that's the thing. Right. You ask him, are you sad you never got the IC? And he's like, fella, you want to talk about how I was world champ fighting Cena like immediately on the scene and they made a whole video game where the theme of the story mode that year was I win every title in WWE at once or whatever. That fucking UK invasion story was. It's crazy. Like he accomplished so much. He was in Ninja Turtles. He made millions of dollars. Like it's all good. You know, he's all good without the IC. I tried to tell motherfuckers, but he's all good. And it's weird though, putting Sheamus news in Indies news because he ain't a fucking WWE wrestler anymore. Speaking of which, Kairi Sane. So people are pointing out that she posted Barry Bloom's email and he's an agent for many AEW wrestlers right now, and they all think Kairi's going to show up in AEW. Do you think we'll see Kairi Sane in AEW?
She's female and Japanese, so yes.
Yeah. You're so goddamn right. But yeah, she updated her shit, and who knows how long that's been her agent. But yeah, this guy, I guess Barry Bloom, he is like an infamous, like back in the day, he's repped like tons of wrestlers for every Fed. But he is now repping Kairi Sane, or has been, and we just didn't know it. She didn't post about it because she didn't need him to book anything because she was in fucking WWE, you know? So we really don't know how long people are making a big deal out of this. But yeah, will he try and get her a payday in AEW? I'm sure of it, dude. Like Tone, is going to mark out hard and wants to do like Kyrie versus Monet and shit. And good on him. He should do it. I hope he gets Bailey and Kyrie and Monet, and I hope he figures it out. But, it's for Dave. It's to amuse him and Dave Meltzer. It's not really for the fans at the end of the day if he does bring her in, right? So we move along here, and God, where do we go next? There's just so much. So speaking of ex-WWE, The New Day posted this trailer. Austin Creed / Xavier Woods / Kofi Kingston. Don't felt me for playing this, okay? Like, you don't just fucking let me play this. We're promoting wrestling. And JJ's already sighing. I fucking love this animation front to back, the music choice, everything. I like this, guys. Let's watch this. Here's The New Day. They may show up in AEW. So they're at a circus, right? And then the ladies juggling the brass rings. Okay.
This is so fucking ham-fisted.
And so here's a guy that maybe is like Triple H, right? Is he bald under that hat? Probably. He ain't got an afro, I'll tell you that much. A white dude with a fucking beard here. The circus leader, do you think this is a nod at, and like Undertaker with the gloves and the hat and all that, or am I over analyzing it?
It's supposed to be both of them.
I don't think they're taking shots. It's just a very visual.
Dude.
I just want to pause and break down the visuals because that's very much what this is about. So we go into, and I also don't want to get destroyed by playing their shit. But so here is the a unicorn. Like these are unicorns being held back at the circus. Let's take a watch now. We're gonna let it play for a minute here, and the beat kicks in. So this is Kofi and Xavier, and they look back and they want to break free from the chains. And they try to break free on their own. But then they start breaking free together. And it's the power of them together. Do you see that? The power of them together broke them both free. They give each other strength. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of fucking symbology going on here. And then they are illuminated now that they're free, right? Their horns are lit up, and they're unicorns, of course, the New Day. And then look, see, this is where when, like, so JJ, you think they're taking shots? I think that's what they tried to make people think. But then watch what happens. You think they would just gore this person. But no, they run right past him because they're not angry. Even though, like, you're just the circus leader. We run right past you. Like, it's no malice towards the people running the show, right? It's not about that. It's just about what we need. Now, here's Big E, right? The unicorn standing big and strong and proud. And he's got the broken horn because, of course, and he's the old injured guy that's just going to be there and is unable to break free alongside them. Now, this part was powerful. Yes, it's Big E. And they're looking back, and then he gives them the nod. Like, it's okay, go, like, do this shit. And then they nod back, and then they go. And then that was like their New Day symbol, I want to say, like in the... Am I wrong? Is that not like the...
Yes.
Yeah, that's like the New Day fucking... That's cool, dude. I love this whole thing. And then they break free from the circus.
And the entire thing falls apart right about here.
Well, and then you see their footprints, I'm assuming, is like they get out in the world and their footprints are so giant. The footprints they've left behind in this business are so fucking giant. And then now they're free to be themselves. They're like free to be themselves, and now they're walking into a new day. But they're also leaving behind the horns. And it was called DayBreak. So who knows if their team is going to be called...
That's what they're going to be fucking called.
Yeah, DayBreak, do you think?
Yes, that's what they're going to be called.
I would love to know in chat or comments down below, what do you guys think of this? I really,
the chat's not liking it. The chat's not liking it, and I love you, chat. Because now, can I give you the dissection of why this does not work?
Sure, yeah.
Number one,
it worked for me.
Number one, it's fucking immature as shit. Number two, it's ham-fisted as fuck. Number three, and here's the most important thing. is it makes no sense because, okay, so tell me this. So the big ass unicorn that's got a broken horn is still a fucking horse. But when they lose their horns, they become people. That makes no sense.
Right, but they shed their horns. He broke his horns, so we don't know what their lore is, right? This isn't like the MCU. It's just...
There is no lore. It's stupid
exactly
anime bullshit. But then on top of it, and I love this because I showed this to my wife, and I have to give her credit because my wife isn't really a fucking wrestling fan. Like, before we got together, she never watched it, nothing, yada, yada. She watched this, and she said, so basically you're saying you were special, and now you're not. Unicorns are special. Now you're just regular ass guys. So you just said we're not fucking special anymore. I'm like, yes, my wife gets it.
Well, maybe. I don't know, dude. Like, if it came between me, no. Think about this. If there was a unicorn attacking a human, would you shoot the unicorn and save the human?
It all depends. Did you ever watch the movie Death of a Unicorn? That was some good shit.
In their cartoon world, they're more special as just themselves, which is what they...
In their cartoon world, they're fucking stupid.
It's a cartoon. Cartoons are stupid, dude, by nature. Yes, it's fucking...
It's childish. And also, it's just right away...
JJ's talking like we're getting a fucking trilogy here. This is the doomsday
No,
of
no, but this is the thing. Also, here's the fact that we all know they're fucking going to AEW. And so they're saying like, oh, look, we're leaving the circus. We're leaving childish shit behind. No, you're fucking not. You're going to the worst circus, number one. Number two, you're expounding that you're going for the real shit now by putting out a fucking cartoon. No.
I don't even think it's about I think this has nothing to do with AEW. That's what I think is the key thing. It has nothing to do at no point. It's like, okay, they're walking. It's like a new day, whatever. There's not like, even Moxley, when he cut his promo video of him leaving WWE, he like there's like the video of him rolling the dice and then he showed up at Double or Nothing, So there's nothing like that. To me, it was them showing like we're a part of this circus. We escaped.
It was them taking pot shots.
They're in like gold chains and shit, and like they're being taken care of. They're not like withered, old, broken unicorns and shit. It's just a matter of
but they're trapped in a prison, is what they were trying to say. They were taking pot shots.
Kind of like a golden prison, though, like trapped in a golden fuck. You ever hear that expression of like, because they're in gold chains and shit, like they're not withered away, like they're taken care of. And then they run past the circus leader. They're like, look, you're a circus leader. We're not mad at you, H. We just got to break free, though. We got to do our own thing. And like, and we don't know how they feel. They might feel that way after they were offered less money, dude, to stay around.
And they can feel that way all the fuck they want. They made a fuck ton of money off of merch for a decade. Like,
for sure. Do you know how much this animation cost? I mean,
they credited some dude that did it. I mean, it all depends. But here's the thing. No matter how little or how much they used this video to take pot shots, they've already pigeonholed themselves. I made a post about a couple hours ago because I'm sick of it. And it's not just these guys. It's not just fucking one company over the other. It's everyone that does it. The second you fucking start making your persona this other place because they treated me like shit, you've automatically pigeonholed yourself and you are unoriginal as fuck.
Listen, I think if they gored the guy, I think that's what that moment was right there in the animation. If they gored the circus leader, like they just gore him and rip him in two, and then they run out of there, okay, then yes, they're being like, fuck Triple H and fuck that place. But they run past the guy, and it was as I broke it down. Like that was to symbolize, that was to visualize to people like, no, we're not mad at the circus leader. We're just out of here. We need to get out of here.
You look like a bitch, be like, look, we had to leave our fallen comrade.
He's a big muscular horse, and then he gives them the nod, and he's like the old veteran who's like, go, my horn's broken. You guys still have your light. Go. Shed your skin.
It's ham-fisted fucking nonsense, dude.
It's childish. I think you're angry at AEW, bro. CM.
No, I'm not. I don't give a fuck. They could show up in TNA and the next day, and I'd still say that was fucking stupid. It doesn't matter what company they show up in.
That would be sick.
They won't. If they got pissed at WWE for offering them less money, there's no way TNA is fucking offering them enough to go there.
I agree, but like for a one-off in TNA as well, that'd be cool. But
and see, thank you. CM gets it. Yeah,
Says, oh, New Day were so chained in WWE, never on TV. BS. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's why I think they use like golden chains and shit. They didn't make it look as though they were like in a fucking dungeon being starved. They made it look like we're in this big, beautiful circus.
No, but
and we're in golden chains and we're healthy and right.
It doesn't matter if your chains are gold, you're still chained to a fucking wall.
I agree with that. They were chained down.
Yes. Subtexty fucking childish nonsense.
I think their goal was to purposefully be like, we don't want to make it as though like fuck this place or they didn't take care of us. And that's also why they didn't board them and they used the golden chains.
Crawling back in 2 fucking years.
Well, it's simple. Kofi, Creed, come on, PWT. You'd think I wrote this fucking thing for him the way I'm breaking it down, but come on, PWT. No. So we move along here and an ex-WWE stuff, okay? Val Venis came out of retirement this past weekend, okay? And he hit everybody with a hello, ladies. And I quote tweeted, I was like, wow, Gilbert's still getting work, huh? So here's Val Venis, and he hit everyone with a hello, ladies. Ryback came to his defense, being like, everybody had fun. Let's take a look.
That's how you know it's bad. Ryback is coming to your defense.
Oh, God. I want to fucking barf. It's funny that he's doing the gimmick, though. So Val Venis, man, showing up in the indies. He is like rank online in the like conspiracy theories / like very, very right-wing politics and shit. And he's just very like, he is all over like every conspiracy theory you can fucking think of, which is, I mean, that's one thing. Like, I don't know if you're talking conspiracies about aliens and shit when it comes to like the Charlie Kirk thing, like, bro, just fucking leave it alone. Like, what are you doing? But and then
I was so happy last year. I got his Facebook account suspended for 3 months.
Dude, I was just gonna say this guy named Hang 'em High on Twitter, who is like this guy in the IWC who just likes everybody, and he is liked by everybody, and even like Triple H has seen him at shows and like pointed him out and been like, oh, you're that guy that, you know, blah blah blah. And Hang 'em High, I think, owns the trademark to Val Venis, or he bought the domain for it or something like that to try and sell Val Venis and shit. I don't know. It's pretty funny. But that aside, the people were entertained, and Ryback came to his defense and was like, look, people are having a good time. Online bullshit is online bullshit. And I don't know. I don't think anybody equates Val Venis to like whatever the fuck he's doing on his social media when you see the gimmick and all of this shit. So it did raise some controversy. Like, look, 1.5 million views for this. What were you going to say?
Yeah, because of how pathetic it is. I can tell you this. All the boys fucking hate him because he's a piece of shit in real life.
Oh, man. It just,
It's like I said, when Ryback is the only one coming to your defense, there's a problem.
Remember when Ryback posted that fucking poll? Like, do you guys want to see me show up in WWE, AEW, TNA, or retire or whatever? And everyone voted retire
4 times.
That he's like, the bots. Oh, shit. So we move along here. And let's talk about some other ex-WWE people. The legal case of Janelle Grant versus WWE has been effectively closed. Judge Sarah Russell declared all pending motions null and void. The court does not need to formally approve the dismissal of the case since all parties signed the notice of withdrawal last Friday. So she's going to take a settlement. And it was funny because I think O'Shea Jackson Jr., who was at this last Raw, he put out a tweet. He was like, he saw a picture of her. And then he's like, yo, why does she look like, is that actually what she looks like? I've only seen this one picture of her. And I'm like, yeah, dude, she's way older than this picture. It's crazy that this is the one they use. But again, yeah, I'm not saying like Vince is vindicated and bring him back and all this shit, but it's just like, again, he wanted love. She wanted money because he's a googly-eyed old man. And maybe like Vince, again, he doesn't need to be there week in, week out. Could he pitch Triple H a story here? Yeah, I think fucking I could at this point. So let's fucking figure this out here. You know, maybe Vince has a couple ideas he's been working on, watching the product from afar. I don't know, but I'm good with him. Like, just we can't just go back to him being like, well, I'm back and now I'm going to get blown up in a limo, pal. Is it real? Let's get the FIC on the case to investigate. Because the FBI told us not to use the FBI on our fucking website. Like, come on now. Mm-hmm. So we're talking indies and whatnot. And Maple Leaf Pro posted this thing, right? And let's play this vignette. Shout out Scott D'Amore. Shout out MLP. Someone, speaking of, there's a higher power. I know. Yeah, the general manager's a laptop. Imagine if he came up with that story when they're in the age of AI. And then it actually could have maybe made sense. And then they could have copped out by being like, it's AI, pal. AI's running the show. You know, Vince has that story. I know. Austin Theories. Programmed by AI, yeah. And AI's gonna book the show, yeah. And in the main event of WrestleMania, Stone Cold versus AI, or you're high. So we have somebody calling into Maple Leaf Pro and calling the shots, and there's some higher up that's gonna rock the foundation of the industry and all of this shit in Maple Leaf Pro. What's going on? We're gonna find out this Saturday.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. One question for you. October 3rd, Toronto. The most famous arena.
Toronto, bud.
Are you ready to blow people's freaking minds?
Frickin' bud. Get my frickin' chips, Trevor. For Wednesday, pardon me, tonight after Dynamite. Saturday. What the fuck? I'm thinking of MLW, not MLP. Wednesday tonight after Dynamite. Time Cop. We will find out who's on the phone with Scott D'Amore. And so, again, D'Amore amplified the tease Monday, writing, who answered the call? It's time to blow some people's fucking minds, bud. Doc Gallows added, who do you think answered the call? I have some ideas. It's going to be, do you guys want the spoiler of who I think it's going to be? JJ, do you have any guesses?
I mean... if he could pull a rabbit out of his hat and have it be Shane, but I highly doubt that.
I think it's going to be AJ Styles. AJ Styles.
No.
AJ Styles.
Nope.
AJ Styles. You don't think
Not
because their relationship with AEW and AJ's WWE,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay, because I only leaned into AJ once Doc Gallows started teasing shit too. Who do you think could answer? I have some ideas. I go, who could it be? That
actually... You know who it might be?
It's got to be someone connected to Gallows, right? So I'm like AJ, maybe.
I mean, it could be,
and he worked with D'Amore.
It could be Court Bauer.
No.
Yeah, it could be Court Bauer.
It could be, right? Anything's possible, but I don't think it'll be that. I just figured AJ because the Scott D'Amore connection through TNA, and then Doc Gallows connection once he piped in, because I couldn't guess at all. I was like, it'll be Tony Khan for all we know. It'll be Vince Russo, fuck's sakes. I have no clue. But then Doc Gallows, like, who could it be, man? And it's like, okay, it's got to be AJ, right? Like, who else? I don't know. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. We'll find out tonight. And the streets will be buzzing, I'm sure. Speaking of buzzing.
Jesse Gordy, that would be funny.
Speaking of buzzing, man, Bronson Reed got everybody buzzing about some indie wrestler. And JJ, I don't know who the fuck he's talking about here. You got to shed some light on this vague posting. Bronson Reed says there's an indie wrestler that uses his gimmick to touch female fans inappropriately.
I mean, what are we talking about? Fucking
So,
Joey
Joey
Ryan trying to
Ryan?
get booked again?
Do you think?
I mean, I know he still tries to fucking inch his way back into the business every couple of months and bails, but...
And then listen to this guy. And your gimmick is based off a whole different man. The tribal thief can't even be relevant on your own. Like, bro, what the fuck are you? Yeah,
like, I'm no fan of fucking Fat Andrade, but that's a dumb take.
Well, absolutely. No, that's what wrestling is all about. If they don't like it, they shouldn't be so close to the show. It's all part of the show, baby. What, finger blasting? Hey, I have a gimmick. Grab my dick and I'll squeeze your tits and then I'll pin you. Like, that's fucking stupid, dude. If you're going to call someone out, have the balls to actually call them out. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't want to be like Bronson Reed doesn't have balls, but at least like don't vague post it because it's actually crazy.
Exactly. If you're gonna vague post, don't fucking post at all. Like if you're trying to like fucking if you're trying to elevate this signal and let people know, you fucking name names. I've never stopped and vague posted. I name names
for sure. And the thing is, like, when you do this, then it leaves people to speculate, and then you get people like, I don't like to use the word canceled, but it's just kind of like common vernacular, so I'll use that. Right. But you get people going after people who might have not even did anything wrong, right? Just because they assume. But I mean, if it's as evident as Bronson Reed, oh, he uses his gimmick to get people to touch him inappropriately. Well, whose gimmick is that? Let's narrow it down, chat. Like, we all watch wrestling. Who is it? I have no clue other than Joey Ryan.
Right.
So speaking of gimmicks that I have no clue who the fuck any of these people are, because nobody does. I'm just completely joking. It's the cast of Big Brother, whatever the fuck, and it's the season 28, and it is what's his name? Jesse Goddard. You know Jesse Goddard? He was on Big Brother, worked OVW, Mr. Spectacular, I believe.
Yeah.
I think he's with Mandy Rose.
Okay.
Or no, that's Tino Sabatelli.
No, Tino Sabatelli. Yeah.
Yeah, pardon me. Jesse Goddard.
Unless you switch guys again.
No. I think he's with like a different wrestler then, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever. It's so much to remember, all these fucking guys, all these big jacked Italian guys. But he's Mr. Spectacular. He was in OVW, I think, in TNA for a while. Yeah, he was in NXT, I think, for a cup of coffee. Like, I think he got a tryout there, or like maybe
got a tryout
a couple times. Either way, they're like promoting this on Big Brother, WrestleGasm 85, and he's like an all-star of Big Brother alumni. So I think he's coming back to the show. Or maybe this is just AI. The whole Big Brother promo is just like pro wrestling themed, so I thought I'd bring it to the show. And they're just clearly stealing fucking, or what is this? How Head of Household kicks off tonight on Big Brother Unlocked. BB Unlocked sounds like some weird shit you'd find on the hub, dude. So speaking of fetishes, man, there is the minis are going wild. Not only are the minis that are associated with Danhausen, the Minihausens, running wild all over the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, but there's minis running wild all over the world. And this was a video captured on a beach where these dudes are midget wrestling, and they are doing it like in the sand, and they're hitting like kneeling brain busters on each other and shit. Take a look. Like, you guys are just putting on a pro wrestling match. And look, can I just point this out? This is the magic of wrestling. Look at these babes sitting up going, yo, look at that. Like, it's grabbing attention. People are like, yo, dude, these midgets are wrestling over here. This fucking rules. Pro wrestling brings people together.
I mean, it's also because it's midgets, dude.
Yeah. I know, dude. I'm trying to put pro
children doing
over
it.
Here,
they wouldn't
KJ.
care.
Yeah. Look at this shit, dude. A kneeling brainbuster. Kneeling style. Boom. In the water. What do you guys think of that? Was that a good kneeling brainbuster there, JJ?
It wasn't a brainbuster. He kneeled and the dude's head was still like not touching anything.
True. So over on The Ultimate Fighter, which is a show that nobody watches anymore. Like, I don't even know why it exists. This season, I've watched every season of Ultimate Fighter ever. Don't give a fuck and have not watched this one. And it's Daniel Cormier, who's wrestled in WWE, or not wrestled, he's been a referee. And, of course, Brock Lesnar came out and shoved him after he defended his title in the UFC, and then that fight never materialized. That was Cormier's, like, dream fight. And then Michael Bisping, who everybody knows for the most part. He talked tremendous amounts of shit. He lost an eye in the fucking cage. From a steroid cheat, wheel kicked him, whatever. He comes in with a bunch of minis. So it's a prank, right? And Bisping shows up at the gym early with his team and he's like, hey, we're supposed to go now.
Oh, out of here. You doing this show. It's every day we're in the gym. I believe Bisping did that. You got little people like literally running.
Dude, look, mini break kid. He's wearing heartbreak kid, heartbreak mini, fucking a little Hershey kiss here, dude.
Behind our guys, we got
Look,
guys.
Dude. And then he actually sunset flip takes down this MMA.
Things.
So, yeah, I don't know. They're trying to grab ratings, dude. But once again, proving wrestling is as popular as ever. They had to hit up Micromania to get involved. They are working for TKO and WWE confirmed. But seriously, though, if they were going to try and flesh out the minis in AAA, do you think that ever happens where they try and flesh it out more?
Maybe. It's weird.
We've seen a mini
even in AAA, like the minis division, like it's an ebbs and flows thing because you can't like it to try to make a division. It like people like see, it's like you see it once every couple of shows. You can't do a segment every show. You can't do multiple segments a show. Like minis are, they're a part of it. They're a smaller attraction. I don't mean that in a pun type of way. I just, I just don't see if, especially with them trying to get a little bit more serious with AAA with worldwide exposure. I don't see an influx of mini stuff happening.
Well, you know what they say, bow, wow, wow, rough. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Indies Global Miscellaneous News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Why is this match happening?
Over 200 watching, guys. Check out Full Circle Radio if you want to check out JJ and shit. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes and come in and hit the like button and come say what up in chat and all of that good shit. Over in, I do want to say YouTube, I put a poll in the chat there, actually.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so we're going to check in with that just in a moment. First and foremost, I want to talk about some TNA news. What match is going on here? Mike Bailey getting dropped on his head.
Rodito and Mike Bailey against the Callis family.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over here to the next segment. And it is called, where the fuck is the drop? Yeah, so Doyle and Davis and Doyle, really, or is it Cage and Doyle?
It's Cage and Doyle.
Cage and Doyle. God damn it.
It's funny. This match has been going on for like 10 fucking minutes already.
It's funny. We make the joke, like, how many muscly, brown-haired white guys do you have in the fucking company? And then they just interchange.
And they're all in the Callis
Doyle. Right, they interchange Doyle with Cage. Like, literally, they do the joke that I made up on the show. Like, you could just change who's next, Wardlow or whatever. It's Brian Cage fucking teaming with Davis. Like, okay, man.
Right.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is such the best guy. Okay, let's head into this right here. So Gail Kim and TNA lawsuit heads back to court after mediation fails to produce public deal. Now, it's hilarious how people like Kenny Omega and the Sickos say disgusting weirdo shit to her. Like, what are you going to do? The splits on it for TKO? Oh, and again, like, you wouldn't say that. It's just the weird, like, oh, what are you, gargling cock, dude? It's like, yeah, you're fucking shut up, bro. You're a weirdo. But it's like extra weird to say it to a girl, like, oh, doing the splits for it and shit. It's like, Kenny, shut up. You literally twerk for tone. Like, you literally get dressed up in Capcom cosplay and twerk for people who aren't even your fucking boss. You just cosplay and go to these events and people can't tell you apart from anyone else who cosplays and shows up to the fucking event. But anyways, it's funny because all of that backfired. Gail Kim is very vocal against TNA and TKO at times, a lot of the time. Now, it seems as though ever since this lawsuit popped up, she's been extra towards TNA when she's typically defended them and shit, but I think she's pretty even keeled. Okay.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Gail Kim going into this?
I mean, she's, apparently she's got a beef with TNA, and that's completely fine. At least she kind of stopped being so mad at WWE all the time. I always like Gail Kim. I'm a fan of her husband too. I just, I think that, I would like to see her bury the hatchet and like get a Hall of Fame induction in WWE.
Yes.
I don't know if that'll ever happen or not.
Do you agree one of the best women's wrestlers of all time?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because it's like, to me, I think that's objective on many levels. Like, she's good in ring, but she was really one of the girls. Like, I remember seeing her the first time, her first match on Raw, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, she can fucking wrestle. She's better than all these chicks. But it's not just that. She also like was able to like survive in a Divas era and like be a good character and shit like that and be over like for having character and some of the storylines. Then she goes to TNA, her and Awesome Kong elevating it to another level. I feel like that's how that makes you the GOAT. It's not just like, oh, her in-ring was crazy. It's almost like second to her like elevating Awesome Kong. And of course, Awesome Kong, I'm just such an Awesome Kong mark. I always have been. First time I fucking seen Awesome Kong, I was like, dude, who is that? You know, like that shit had me hooked on TNA back in the day. Either way, Gail Kim's legal fight with TNA's parent company is still alive, born to be alive. And both sides are now due back before a judge next month. Let's see. She's a TNA Hall of Famer. The last court date came after Kim and Anthem were expected to enter mediation on June 24 in an attempt to settle. Kim received an extension to respond to the lawsuit until after mediation, but there's been no official indication that the two sides reached an agreement. And so Anthem filed the case in January 26 after Kim told the company she believed she had possible claims tied to her March 25 departure under the Florida Private Whistleblower Act. The file did not reveal the specific conduct behind those potential claims. The company wants the Tennessee court to rule that any dispute involving Kim must be handled under Tennessee law, not Florida law. Anthem is also asking the judge to declare that Kim worked as an independent contractor rather than an employee. So we will see what happens. According to documents obtained by Ringside News, Gail Kim and TNA's parent company, they're due back in court. And yeah, it's going to move forward, and they might try and sue the shit out of her or something. So I don't know why you would. I think it's like a discriminatory thing. Like the conduct was she was
I thought
guaranteed
it was like
I
thought it was like a breach of contract, and that's why she's suing.
Okay. All right, that could be fair enough. But they were saying she was an independent contractor and she worked from home a bunch and shit. So who knows? We move along here, and Mara Sade, out of nowhere, her TNA deal expired and she's a free agent. It is believed that she is actively in contract negotiations, but also has been in contact with multiple companies during the process. And yeah, I mean, I think any Fed should want her. I'm surprised WWE ever really let her go. I think she'd fit into NXT right now. I think she was really good in TNA. I think it'd be good to keep her. TNA, give her some bones and keep her around, dude. If AEW wants her, she will just end up being stuck with Top Flight or some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, they will just completely keep her fucking benched in Ring of Honor. They'll put her in just a random faction. But I'm a big fan. What do you think, man? Should she stick with TNA? Is she trying to get more money? Is she worth it?
I think she's doing okay in TNA. I don't think WWE is going to want her back. I pray she doesn't do the dumb thing and just go get lured by Tony Khan, because she'll just end up in fucking Ring of Honor purgatory.
Yeah.
And be sitting there regretting everything.
They'll just stick her in a faction too. She'll just like be in Shane Taylor Promotions or something, and then
exactly.
Like, then there'll be nothing.
Yeah, like that. It's like she was able to get over in TNA after she got released from NXT, and hopefully, I think that's her sweet spot. I don't see her ever becoming like a main roster talent for WWE, but TNA she can make her bones and do some stuff.
Yeah. We'll shout out Mara Sade. Hopefully they give her some fucking coin. But TNA has officially invited LeBron James to TNA for an appearance in Philadelphia. How big? Okay, like, here's the thing. I want to say, how big of a puss is LeBron that he's jumped around so many fucking teams, man, to try and win chips. Now, I'll say this. He's later in his career to where now jumping around teams is like all good.
Right.
When you're, I don't know, when you're later in your career, okay, yeah, the old vet like Shaq did it. He goes to Miami. Let's try and win another chip. And then he ended up jumping around like Phoenix, Boston. I don't know the order of events, but even Shaq did that. Whatever. I completely understand.
You remember like when fucking Jordan was on the Washington Wizards?
Right, but I think he owned the didn't he own the team, or he had like a stake in the team or something like that, so he came back.
I don't know.
As like an older dude. But listen, that was the one time he did that. Otherwise he was Bulls through and through, you know? So he did that, and again, he was like way older at that point. And I mean, that's whatever, you know? And some teams do jump around. Or some players jump around two different teams rather, but LeBron's like explicitly done it. Like he's only ever won chips by like aligning with other teams that already are fucking championship level teams without him. You know, maybe, and then the Lakers, they built it around him. I guess he did get to a chip at one instance, but he's been on microphone too, on hot mic, like, talking shit to Dwayne Wade, saying things like, this is years ago, but he's been caught saying like, yo, if these guys don't get it together, I'll come see you in Miami again next year. Like, he blames the team. It's always about who's surrounding him. Whereas Jordan's the GOAT because Jordan fucking won chips without a super stack team, and then he won chips with a super stack team, but his stack team was like, you know, they had to add Rodman. You know, they had Ron Harper's really fucking good, but we went over this on Pro Basketball Times a couple weeks ago on PWT member show. But they are inviting LeBron James to TNA in Philly for Jeff Hardy versus Nemeth. Now, I don't think he'll show up. Maybe he will, though. Like, big name celebrities and athletes do pull up to TNA from time to time.
Yeah, but I think it's a bait and switch, and we're going to get Bronny.
That would actually be good, though, to get heat on Bronny. That would be the first thing that ever got me interested in Bronny, you know? So, again, LeBron, 5th team jump, they're saying. I mean, switched his number up, had to team up with fucking make super teams and shit in order to win chips. Jordan never did that. He achieved more in a less amount of time. And he's so gangster, Jordan considered walking away from basketball forever, came back and won 3 more chips. 3-peat and then a 3-peat, dog. Who does that? LeBron can't even do 2 in a row. So, yeah, as far as NBA is concerned, fuck LeBron. No, I'm just kidding. He's obviously one of the best, but like, it's a cupcake league, as Shaq would say these days too. It's not even physical. Everybody's a bunch of pussies. But in TNA, they get physical. So he should pull up. I like LeBron pulling up to TNA to give him the rub, right? With his superstar qualities. But if they do get Bronny, that would be hilarious. If LeBron is there, that would be awesome. And maybe they have some connects, because I don't think TNA is dumb enough to make a graphic like this and not do something with like AJ Francis and LeBron James. No, like, they made a fucking graphic and put his jersey on there.
Oh, you know what they might do just to be dicks?
What?
Brian James comes out wearing that fucking jersey.
Oh no! Misery. Oh, JJ, don't do it.
Emotional damage.
Don't do it to me, man. Oh no. Well, we do got a James in the building. Oh, right. You didn't know? And then he comes out. Oh no. Oh no. No. God damn it. Why would you do that? Why would you say that to me? Well, hopefully it pops a rating for TNA, because they have been crushing. Okay. So last week, and typically I do ratings wars. I usually do those on like Saturdays. Ratings wars is not going down tonight, but TNA last week in the ratings wars segment We talked about how, hey, they're doing like almost 300K. They're for surely going to do 300K. My ceiling for them potential wise is 400K and that's based off past trends. Notice the Observer too is all of a sudden using Google Trends for WWE, but they don't for AEW, and they use it for TNA and UFC and WWE, never for AEW. Hey Dave, look at the Google Trends from the past, and you know why Dave is doing this? Because All In's Google Trends are going to be more than anything else AEW's done all fucking year, and so they're going to point to that Google Trends up by 700 million thousand, and then they're going to stop doing them. But it's funny how we fell to Dave with Google Trends so much. Now the Observer fucking uses Google Trends. Little cucks. But anyways, 307K viewers for TNA, guys. I mean, this is just
Master need to obliterate.
It's spectacular. The deletion, you can love or hate the deletion matches. They did a 0.05 in the key demo. TNA versus Collision ratings wars
catching up, man,
is officially back on, dude. I mean, they will surpass. I think they could reach the 400,000 too. And why do I say that? Because they have been climbing. It doesn't matter. Oh, this week they did 170K. That's fine. Month over month, if you look at averages, they're literally growing since they've been on AMC. They're averaging more and more and more and more as time goes on.
Right.
We've broken down the analytics. We've looked at the numbers and past trends for the last 20 years. Anywhere TNA has gone, whatever time slot they take, they've been able to do double and then some, I think, is what it was as far as like the average rating for whatever show was there before. Right. And that's on Pop. That's on fucking Spike. That's on everything they've been on
America.
Right. And on Access and all of that. So I cap their potential at 400K. If they do 401K, I mean, that's cause for tap dancing in the rain in the streets. Dave Meltzer should be throwing a parade. The number 2 company. That means Collision is fucking tying SmackDown and shit by the sickos math and all of the, you know what I mean? So that means TNA, not counting the AMC and YouTube Plus and TNA Plus numbers or whatever. That's like fucking a million people watching if you want to play that game. They're crushing. They're about to start doing Collision numbers. And then when I can't wait until we see TNA hit like the 400,000 and then Collision's forced to go on Thursday again head-to-head with TNA. Then we're going to get a big-time ratings wars there. Like that will be one for the ages, but I couldn't wait for a ratings wars segment. We had to put TNA over. Like last week, I was so thoroughly impressed. And then all of a sudden this week, they're doing fucking 307K. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
They're blowing up, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
and I was yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go. I was just gonna say they're doing it, man. Get them, you know.
Right. Yeah. No, I was talking about this on the last call earlier. Just how people are, because people were taking a victory lap last week because they're like, this is the 1-year anniversary of Eric Bischoff saying TNA is a TV deal away from possibly becoming the number 2 company, and here it is, and they're not doing shit. And I was just like, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Slow and steady wins the race, and TNA has already proven, negating the whole Tommy Dreamer of it all, that they are still month over month increasing at a slow pace, and they're just working their way up. And I said that January is going to be the telling point, because once they've been on AMC for a year, then they'll start taking a few more risks. Then they'll start opening up the checkbook a little bit more, because right now they don't want to make waves. They just want to have a small build and, make sure they're keeping the network happy before they start doing anything like out of the ordinary. And they're doing it, and that's a great thing for them. And they're going to be moving the goalposts, because once they start catching up to the Collision, they're going to be like, all right, now do Dynamite. And I'll be like, yeah, then start comparing Dynamite to Raw and SmackDown, you fucking jackwagons, because you can't just keep moving goalposts left and right because you don't like the fact that Collision is the new Rampage and it's going to get canceled sooner rather than later.
No, you're absolutely right. And when Bischoff said that shit, even I glazed TNA hard, dude. I was like, whoa, that might be a little too soon, but everything's just kind of happening so fast. And again, a couple weeks, I admitted it on the show too. I was like, dude, I was kind of doubtful there because TNA had a couple weeks of like below 200,000, but it's like, man, there was World Cup and shit. I guess that's a fair excuse. Like there was shit on TV at that time when they were doing kind of lower ratings, and now that it's just like
switched the fucking Nielsen metrics again in the middle of it.
Yeah, they keep doing that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news, and I want to ask you guys in the chat. So in the chat, and also you can, if you're watching on replay, hype the video, but also let me know in the comments down below. And I'm going to put this poll up on screen. How long do you think until TNA Impact catches AEW Collision in the TV ratings? And we will say 12 months, 18 months. We'll say 24 months. And then we will say 3 years.
I'm saying 6 months.
So you're saying 6 months? Am I going too fucking long? Yeah, let's fix
because like I said, January is going to be the selling point, and 6 months out will be the end of February. So yeah,
let's go 18 months, 12, and then 6 months approximately. These are all approximates here, and I want you guys to vote in this poll in the chat wherever you are watching. Come say hello. How long do you think until TNA Impact catches AEW Collision in the TV ratings? 1 in the chat for 6 months, 2 for 12 months, 3 for 18 months, or 4 for 24 months, which is 2 years.
Collision's going head to head with fucking Impact again tomorrow.
Nice.
They just fucking put that graphic on. Maya World, her first fucking TBS title defense is against fucking Persephone.
I'm going to go 3. 18 months it'll take them. My vote is locked in at 18 months. It's going to take them to and we're talking like beat 400,000 essentially, because anything above 400,000, Collision does more or less than that every time. It's not like you can definitively be like Collision's going to do about 500. Like Dynamite, you can go, okay, they're going to do about 600,000. Any lower than that, what the fuck is happening? It's the doomsday clock, right? 600,000 and up is like not the biggest L for them. Same with NXT. With Collision, it's like anything I would say above 400,000 is like, oh, good. People are actually watching it, I guess. TNA, I mean, they've already exceeded my expectations. So, and yeah, their highest rating in like 8 years. And their highest rated
show. Are they literally
show,
using a fucking AI Chuck Norris for this Raising Cane's commercial?
Yes, but he sold his likeness to do that. He was like down with doing that for his family. Like it's just for his family. Like his estate gets to agree what his likeness can do or whatever. And I'm sure he told his wife and shit, like, I don't care when I go, or his kids. I don't know.
Let's sell it to this bland ass chicken chain.
Whatever, dude. Let's get into the good stuff. Let's get into some good stuff. So guys, hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Okay. We have tons of show to go, and we are going to get into some WWE news here next. And it is still a jam-packed show. I hope JJ Alexander is ready.
Oh, yeah.
Chat, you guys can super chat in or become a member for 99 cents or gift memberships. Okay, if you want to support, patreon.com, Full Circle Radio. And there's a link for my Patreon somewhere. Full Circle Radio if you want to check out JJ. Let's get into some new news.
I'm only like 35 subs away from 500. And I can
so 35 of you go sub to
chats.
his shit. Yeah, go sub to his shit, okay? Don't fuck around. So let's see what chat's saying. The WB Discovery MAGA Paramount merger is dead. No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's on hold.
It's not. Yeah, this shit happens all the time. It's just now it is political though a little bit. Like
very.
it is. It's very much like liberal mentality going against.
The Ellisons are in the White House's fucking back pocket. So
right. So they don't. Happen. So it's like liberal California doesn't want that to happen. But then when it's Disney, they didn't give a fuck is the problem. So they're just stalling the inevitable. And it's cringe. It's like, just stop fucking.
Well,
stop doing this? You know, like Disney just let the shit happen because.
What are you talking about?
When Disney bought up Marvel and all that shit. The same actors who were in the MCU, like Mark Ruffalo, were crying about the Paramount movie.
That's completely different from
it's not
a multimedia conglomerate. No, they bought the rights. They brought the rights to an intellectual property. That's different than actually.
No. Marvel's way bigger than just an IP. It is.
At the time they bought it, it was just an IP, dude.
No.
Mike Perlmutter was running that shit off of a fucking 2-room office in New York.
That's not true. That's not true. Marvel is fucking a bigger deal than WB, dude. Like UFC is just an IP sold for
Marvel was almost broke when Disney bought them, dude.
No, bro. It was in the midst of the MCU, bro. Like that is just
not
true.
It was one movie into the MCU.
And
watch watch Icons Unleashed. The entire second season was on the MCU.
So you're against the Paramount merger now, is what you're saying?
No, I never said I was against the Paramount.
So then, what the fuck are we talking about? Like
because you said Disney did it, and I'm like, you're comparing.
Disney did it. They bought ESPN up and everything, bro. They bought a bunch of shit.
Disney and ESPN have been a co-merged company for years. I should know because I live in the city ESPN was founded in.
Right. It's the same thing, bro. It's
not the same thing.
It is. It's people being okay with one thing and then not being okay with with the same thing. Yes. All you have to do is look this shit up, dog. How much did Disney buy?
Why do I have to look it up? I lived this shit.
Because, dude, they bought it for $4 billion in 2009. Just Marvel. That's not just like an IP. It
was just an IP at the time. You're comparing purchase of an IP comparing to merger of two giant multimedia.
Okay, so what is Warner Bros? They own a bunch of.
But Warner Brothers is
stop.
Dude,
answer my question.
Answer my question.
What is Warner Bros?
You're comparing apples and oranges, Phil.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Warner Brothers has studios and properties and networks.
Right. Marvel had Marvel
It
Studios.
is a multimedia conglomerate. When Marvel was bought by Disney, Marvel was an IP. That's all it was.
Marvel was a multimedia conglomerate. They made TV shows and movies and comic books.
They
licensed
and everything else. Out their shit to be made. That's
right.
Why.
Right. No.
Stop.
Movie.
And
stop,
Iron
bro.
Man
Stop.
was made on something else.
You're pwned. You just pwned yourself.
Oranges, Phil.
No. You just pwned yourself. They licensed out what? Their IP.
The IP.
But not Marvel.
You're comparing an IP to a multimedia conglomerate, dude. It's
my God, bro.
Fucking things.
No, it's not, dude. Like you're not. Yeah.
Thank you. Even the chat saying I'm fucking right.
No, when one person says chat, like, dude, you can't find. I don't give a fuck what the chat says.
Fucking people in a row just said JJ is right.
No, it's two people.
No.
So.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll here. I'm gonna scroll 1, 2, 3.
Name them,
motherfucker. People are dude. All I'm saying, like, if you were to talk about like the NBC and Universal merger, we'd be on the same playing ground right now. But you're comparing apples and oranges.
I'm not. I'm comparing when people are buying Warner Bros. That does what? Multimedia. Okay, so did Marvel at that time. And they're buying what you're buying when you buy Marvel.
So tell me where Marvel Studios was located.
You're buying all of the IP.
Where was it? Where was it?
You're buying
where was
all
Marvel
of the
Studios
IP.
when Disney bought it? Where did it exist in reality?
I don't know, bro, but
it didn't have a second studio.
No, dude, here's the thing. You're literally spurging out having a crash out. Here's the thing, right? So it doesn't matter where it was.
Dude, everyone in the fucking chat's telling you you're fucking wrong.
Not everyone. But yeah, if so, Marvel, and I don't give a fuck either, but You just have to. I don't care if they're all disagreeing. What was bought?
Fuck. Everyone's telling me I'm wrong because I'm
ownership
wrong,
of Marvel Entertainment, and they bought their library of like, dude, it's thousands of characters.
Which is an intellectual property.
They were licensing out
physical movie studio.
They
did not have a physical television. No, they fucking didn't.
Dude,
if they had a physical movie studio, then how come Paramount made Hulk?
I know, but dude, Dude,
you just said I know, but you didn't fucking answer the question.
But their characters are IP, bro. It's all the same thing. Like Warner Bros, what do they own? God. And they're failing right now. What did they own?
Warner Bros has a giant ass fucking lot of movie studios in Hollywood that has been there for almost 100 fucking years. They have television studios in Atlanta and Chicago and New York and LA. It is literally a fucking corporation. Oh my God, dude! How are you not fucking getting
this? Because bro, it's like, yes, 20 years ago, it's like, bro, right now in the world of streaming in 2009, there wasn't like Netflix the way there is now. So in this day and age, what is all their movie lots and all this shit. Okay, but they're a completely fucked up thing. That what is Paramount buying? Are they going to change their name to Warner Bros? They're buying Harry Potter and all this shit. Just like when Disney bought Marvel, they were buying all the characters, bro. That's what it was about, because they knew they could make billions of dollars with it.
Marvel did not have television stations. Marvel did not own any of that.
Okay, well, fair enough, whatever. But it's still people being triggered by essentially the same fucking thing. They're all like, if you're worried about,
not essentially the same thing.
It is, because the reason, guy, you got to chill.
I even said if you compared it to Universal
crashing
NBC,
out. I'm like, actually,
it would be the same thing. You're completely fucking talking over me because you know I'm fucking right.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get one point out. Like, I literally am sitting back, letting you just scream, and like the audio's not even being picked up. It's like, all right, bro. So here's the thing. In the movie
every
industry,
person in the
bro,
chat is saying you're fucking
Christ.
wrong.
So in the movie, oh my God, again. So you're bringing it to studios and all this shit. So everybody in Hollywood, so you said it, they licensed out their characters to different studios and stuff. So Marvel merging with Disney means Disney was in charge of making these movies, and they wouldn't get licensed out to studios and shit. What is Hollywood tripping out about with the WBD Paramount merger? They're tripping out that fucking...
Because there's a difference between buying
No, stop. You just cut me off. They're tripping.
Because you're going around in fucking circles.
I'm not, bro. I'm saying how it's the same. This is what I'm talking about. The Hollywood and California's tripping out because, this isn't good because they're not going to make movies. It's all owned by one fucking... It's Hollywood tripping out about... It's all one place now. It's one studio. It's one people own all of this shit. And it was the same thing. The reason why Marvel sold for $4 billion, and you're like, they were down and out. Then why did they sell for $4 billion in 2009? Because people knew.
Because they own creditors.
No, stop. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
The fucking question, and you don't want me to answer it.
Okay. This guy's going to get fucking kicked here in a second. Okay. No, it's because they knew if we buy this now, oh my God, all these movies are such successes with these characters. Iron Man, which is a comic people weren't even buying, it fucking blew up at the box office. We can now use these characters. And it was the same rhetoric at the time. Well, if Disney buys this, then that means fucking Sony can't make Spider-Man, or this guy can't make Paramount can't make this movie, or whatever the fuck. It was the same thing. And now you have actors who are literally in the MCU getting upset at the same shit. Now, I don't know what $4 billion is in inflation right now. And it's not apples to apples as far as like, if you want to talk about networks and all of this shit. But I'm talking about what is blocking this. It's the actors and the studios being like, don't fucking do this. Because then Paramount owns all this shit. And that was the same sentiment in Hollywood at the time for some people. But again, a bunch of the actors vocal now are fucking in the MCU. And they were worried that, oh shit, now Marvel can't license out these characters to different studios and then they can make bangers. It's all going to be in-house. Deadpool can never get made because a R-rated studio would have to pick it up like they did the Punisher and shit. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what's actually blocking the fucking thing from happening. So
that's not what's happening at all, but okay, fine.
It is.
No, it's not, dude.
Yes, it is.
Dude, I literally said what you could compare it to, but you kept talking over me. So I'm done. I'm not going to talk about this anymore because you're not going to listen.
This guy. Okay, let's get into some WWE news, shall we?
No leaving, Lanny. I'm not allowed to answer. That's why I gave up.
Ladies and gentlemen, dude, you're allowed to answer, but it's like you just literally screamed. If you go back, that was like a psychotic fucking break, and it's like
because you kept fucking cutting me off while I was trying to tell you what was what.
We're fucking we're trying to do a show here. You can't just scream, and then I'm just gonna be like, dude, what do you? I couldn't even hear shit you're saying. So, it is what it is. But Disney bought up a bunch of shit, though. You know, like they bought Marvel, and at that time they bought Lucasfilm, they bought other shit, and people were tripping the fuck out. It is the same thing.
No, it's
so
not.
I don't know what it is as far as Hollywood's concerned. Yeah, they're worried that these properties are all on. They were worried that Star Wars
IPs. Oh my fucking god!
It is, dude. It is. That's all anybody wants now. That's the streaming game. That's the streaming game is just own IPs.
This is about literal production companies.
This
is about multimedia conglomerations
and all of these things. That's the same thing with Marvel.
It's the same thing that happened 27 years ago with the AOL Time Warner merger.
And people tripped out about that because it's less studios and shit. That's what it was for Marvel, dude. They wouldn't have gotten bought for $4 billion by Disney if they didn't want to own. Why didn't they want to own the IPs 2 years before? Because Iron Man came out in 2008, and then the fucking Hulk came out, and they knew. They're like, holy fuck, this is a gold mine. We got to own these characters. They bought Lucasfilm. It's the same thing. Studios were closing up. Nobody gave a fuck. And now the same thing's happening. You have the guy who plays the Hulk crying about it, signing petitions against it and shit. And it's like, it is the same thing of why it's being held up in court.
It's being held up in court because of antitrust laws, dude. That's the way the United States government is.
Right, because of monopolization and who's in whose pocket and shit.
It's because of control of the media itself.
Right. So it's okay when Disney does it, but nobody else.
No, because they weren't controlling media. They weren't saying, oh, now we own all these fucking
That's
networks.
what they did.
No, okay.
They owned all the IP. It's a play for IP.
No. It's not the IP.
No one watches WBD.
Okay, besides ABC, besides ABC and ESPN, what networks does Disney own?
Bro, why is WBD selling in the first place? Why? You answer one of mine. Why is WBD selling in the first place? Is Paramount going to rebrand?
Billions in Warner fucking debt.
All right.
They're selling because they're billions in fucking debt.
So they're buying what? They're buying a bunch of debt, or are they buying fucking Bugs Bunny and shit? What are they going to use? What are they going to use? What are they going to use to make money, JJ? The characters that go, they don't give a fuck about anything else. Same with Netflix. They go, look, you're going to get to watch Harry Potter. They weren't like, we're Warner Bros. Now. They put out a release going, look, you can see Stranger Things and Harry Potter in the same place. It's the exact same thing with Disney when they bought up Star Wars and fucking Marvel and all these other things that they've done over the years. All good. Let's continue here, guys. Let's get into WWE news. Where the fuck is the drop? So, speaking of Disney, ESPN, they have announced that YouTube TV is integrating with ESPN Unlimited ahead of WWE SummerSlam. So I don't even really know what the fuck this means, but people are talking about it. YouTube TV users. This is a breakdown from Wrestling News Co. So WWE fans with YouTube TV just got SummerSlam included. YouTube TV has rolled out an integration that links subscriber accounts to ESPN, and per Cord Cutters News, once the accounts are linked, ESPN Unlimited is listed in the ESPN app as included with your subscription, meaning access to WWE's premium live events at no additional cost days before SummerSlam streams on ESPN August 1 and 2. So if you have
happened at the beginning of the ESPN merger, so they're just finally getting to it.
Yeah, they're just getting to it now to link accounts, and then they have to explain all this. And this is where I go, I'm fucking out, dude. If I have to do all of these things, I would just get a VPN. I'd be enraged if I had to do all of these things just to watch fucking a PLE. But I guess it's just for YouTube. Like if you're watching it on ESPN, it doesn't really matter, which is maybe the majority, I'm assuming. Select your profile icon, go to settings, blah, 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 where you agree. The rollout first reported by Cord Cutters News comes through YouTube TV's expanded ESPN integration. Okay, so you guys already know. If anybody uses YouTube TV, let me know. I've fucking rarely used it, and especially to watch like ESPN and shit. I don't know about all that. I'm so glad it just comes on Netflix in Canada. NordVPN.com/Bro Wrestle Times. CW Sports content will begin streaming live on the ESPN app for unlimited subscribers. This includes WWE, NXT, TVs, and PLEs. So there you go. CW Sports is on there too. And they're making strides at YouTube. I heard rumors of Amazon. And if people want to say that WWE's cock blocking, I mean, if the rumors are true that they're taking AEW to YouTube, they're doing their best to fucking, I don't know, to put it. They already have the biggest imprint of any wrestling company is WWE, but yeah, it'll begin streaming on ESPN and CW Sports. And I don't think I have anything else like about the ESPN shit. Let me see. No, I don't think I do. But one thing WWE did do is they took over Busted Open's radio channel. Okay. And let me see here. So some people have melted down over WWE radio becoming a thing. And I've defended it a little bit because I feel like this is what everybody should be doing. Now, it's funny how AEW talked about their non-existent podcast network that doesn't even fucking exist after the last pay-per-view. And nobody melted down about it, including one JD who got into it with your boy Phil a little bit. Okay, another fight happening here in the PWT universe. And so this is what Busted Open had to say. And we read it on the air. JD was like, I'm disheartened because, they're going to be shills, essentially. Like, these people won't be honest. And he's still putting out tweets like this saying, like, we are the true alternative. Like, Busted Open's the establishment and shit, which it is, but who gives a fuck? I mean, whatever. But this is what Dave LaGreca had to say on the air. And I saw a lot of tweets, even though I've been very pro WWE radio, just having a fucking radio station. AEW should have its own radio station. Who cares, right? That's the beauty of the fucking internet. You can watch and listen to whatever the fuck you want to watch and listen to. But I've seen a lot of tweets of people going, yo, Busted Open's cooked because they're not talking about AEW, and I like to watch all of their shit, and now they're only doing WWE talk. So that does suck if you're AEW fans, or you just like to hear them shit on AEW because they're accused of being WWE shills anyways. Now, if you want to hear people shit on AEW, you can watch a billion other fucking shows. And JD went crazy online, I think. He put out like multiple tweets. He's still doing it. I'm the only honest alternative. And there's, we need fucking honesty and we need people not to shill and corporate this and that, right? Meanwhile, LaGreca put this out there that JD, and I guess JD said it in a video. I don't know. I'm over. First he was over here. Now he's over there now in a video saying something else. Go. I don't know. I didn't watch his fucking video. I'm just going based off his tweets, right? But here is what LaGreca said on Busted Open. And I hope that's a good recap, refresher of all the WWE radio Busted Open drama. Some people think WWE like bought Busted Open and shit. They didn't. They just worked out a deal with Sirius to take over this channel. It happens in radio all the time. Busted Open's on it. And I guess that does suck. But like, what were people listening to Busted Open for? Like just, or not WWE radio doesn't suck, but like them not talking about AEW. What were they fucking worried about that? Like LaGreca's not going to melt down about AEW or anything. Like a lot of people were calling them WWE shills anyways. So I don't know. Is that, am I leaving anything out? I don't know. Is there anything I'm not fucking touching on in the history of this shit?
It's all fucking nonsense. I don't listen to Busted Open because I can't fucking stand Dave LaGreca.
Never really listened to it.
But like people like seem to negate the fact that when Mark Henry was under AEW contract, they used to have Tony on the fucking show all the fucking time, shilling away. And they literally had a segment called Tony Time. So don't fucking tell me that like, oh, it's not fair that now it's all WWE. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, literally, they are one podcast out of literally thousands. Like, okay, yeah, you're on SiriusXM. That's fucking great. There's plenty of other people that aren't. And
yes,
also WWE Radio isn't anything new. Radio WWE started a little over 20 years ago. They just kind of got rid of the brand for a while.
Yeah, I don't know why there was all these meltdowns, and then again when they're like, "Oh, the AEW podcast network," and then JD's like, "Oh, why are these companies doing this?" And it's like, well, because that's what fucking they just want to. It's wrestling's popular, and they want you to fucking stream their content. That's all it fucking is. Like they just want you listening to WWE shit. I'm surprised AEW doesn't already do this. What do you think a YouTube channel is? It's not like they talk about WWE there, so why would you give a fuck? So they're just mad that Busted Open's co-opted. But this is what LaGreca said.
No,
okay?
And then there are the classy people. I'll use an example, like a Chris Van Vliet that called me, and then there were some people that would surprise you, like a JD from New York who congratulated me and said, "Hey man, dude, you busted your ass, you blood, sweat, and tears." You know, people that you wouldn't expect that reached out to me and congratulated me. That means more now than ever before, because they went out of their way when it wasn't the in thing to do, which is like give a little pat on the back to Dave LaGreca for the grind. No.
Yeah, so they're putting him over for the grind and shit. I tweeted this out, though. I go, so publicly JD melts down and shits on WWE Radio while claiming there are very few real voices left in wrestling, insinuating Busted Open is now part of a campaign designed to sweep for WWE, but privately is texting and congratulating LaGreca of his dreams coming true, which, like, way to diminish what it is that he accomplished, but then you're still patting him on the back. Oh, man, it's good for you. I would love the gig, personally, but, I'm going to go out there and keep kayfabe. You know what I mean? Literally Dice. Like how Dice is not really a fucking, I'm over here now. You know what I mean? That's like one of the 12 characters he did before he blew up. So JD responded to me. And he was like, first I was over there, now I'm over here now. He goes, I'm disheartened. Or no, what did he say? We have to go back a couple, I think, because we went back and forth a couple times. And shout out JD from NY. But he responded and he goes, you're damn right I did. I literally said it in the fucking video. So I wasn't talking about the video, JD. I was talking about your tweet. I think I could have bookmarked it. I could really just pull it up over here. Hopefully. No, maybe not. Whatever. You guys know we went over it on the show. So I was talking about his fucking tweets about it and like his follow-ups until now where he's like, there's only one true alternative voice and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, okay, I guess you are technically right on a technicality, but it's like, pardon me for fucking wondering why you would be like emailing him like, congrats, bro, and all of this shit. I want to find the tweet just so I can show you guys exactly what I was referring to. Disheartened, I think is what he said. He said kind of disheartening. Where the fuck was it? Disheartening, maybe. Dishearten. We'll just type that in. No, god damn it. It was on his timeline. It had to do with Busted Open and whatever. We read it on the show, and it's for surely he was insinuating they're a part of like corpo slop, essentially. And so JD goes, Dave and I talked and he thanked me for the kind words. Literally nothing more than that. And melt down? I didn't melt down. I was one of the more level-headed replies. And that's sort of a thing where it's like one of the more level-headed replies, like compared to who? And I go, level-headed comparably to who? You have one of the most prominent and influential voices in this space. So it's like level-headed compared to like, I didn't see anyone else melt down as hard as him about it. And I go, you said you're disheartened because Busted Open is now dishonest. So this was all in his tweet. When I tweeted this, I reread his tweet. So I knew I got the vernacular 100% correct. So Busted Open is now dishonest, pushes corporate agenda, and is a part of a machine designed to gaslight people. Those are his words: gaslighting, dishonest, corporate agenda, and shit. And I wrote, but then reached out to LaGreca to congratulate him for achieving that. I guess I'm silly for raising an eyebrow. And then JD goes, I am disheartened because we know how WWE is. Oh, and disheartened because I know it how it always ends up. It wasn't Dave's decision and never once blamed Dave. It's a SiriusXM decision. And he's talking about LaGreca. I said I admired his work ethic and journey on how he built his platform. He texted me, "Thank you for the kind words, because I, of all people, know what it takes to start from nothing to build a platform." Literally, that's it. And then so my fucking response to this was, so you're happy for his success with Busted Open, but moving forward, he partakes in dishonest corpo shilling when it comes to his wrestling analysis. Both can be true at the same time, I suppose. Fair enough. So where I'm coming from is like, yeah, but bro, you completely took a shit on. It's like, hey man, I broke the world running record for speed. The world running record. What the fuck am I saying? I broke the world record for running a lap in the shortest amount of time. Oh man, good for you. That's amazing, dude. But running's retarded or something. You know what I mean? It's like you're just shitting on his fucking dream. And you're like congratulating him behind the scenes, but then literally it's like you're taking shots at Busted Open and WWE Radio still in his tweets. Like if you go to JD's timeline, he's like, we're the only alternative voice and shit, even though he's like on the air with Coachman, who's doing Vince's bidding and shit. So I don't know, man. What do you make of all this?
JD's a fucking bitch. I mean, I think I said enough of that on Monday. JD's just trying to get in that last grip because he knows that he doesn't have that connection to fucking Busted Open anymore. And now he's going to have to really hustle on fucking telling as many fucking lies as possible and flip-flopping every fucking 5 minutes to get people to watch his fucking Twitter feed. Fucking stupid ass little fucking stupid fucking retarded ass leprechaun motherfucker.
Oh my God. You're just taking out your rage on me towards him.
No, I was saying the same thing about him on Monday. So this is no different.
Dude. CWJ for 5 says those people melting down do nothing to raise TNA, MLW, NWA, JCW, etc. The reason people do not talk about those other feds is because lack of views. I don't know, man. I think people fucking have been talking about TNA and MLW and JCW. I don't know about NWA or nothing like that, but But you are right though. When sickos come out in any form, like even there's WWE wackos where I'm like, dude, you're just gonna turn people off. Like you can't defend every single fucking thing they do. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's.
Hey Phil, real quick, can you explain something to me?
What's up?
AEW is supposed to be this whole sports-based presentation fuckery nonsense. So Commander was in a 6-way number 1 contender for 1 belt ladder match on Sunday, lost that match, and now he's getting a title shot against Moxley for the Continental belt 2 days later. How does that make any sense?
Because he's Queen Aminata, bro. They just use him. He fucking does jobs, and they just use him when they want to be like, winner gets a title shot, or you get a shot at the belt just so the champ can defend their belt.
But he literally lost on Sunday, and 2 days later he's getting a shot at another title. Like,
I know, because
basically what they're saying. So basically, right now in kayfabe aspect, they're saying that Moxley's belt means less than Kyle Fletcher's belt. This is why Tony sucks at fucking booking.
I know he's the worst fucking booker, and Commander is he's just a glorified jobber. Even Dave Meltzer was saying that shit. Not to be confused with David LaGreca. But okay, let's move along in some more wrestling. So we're talking about the business side of things, and WWE filed to trademark Cruz Montana on July 24th. And speaking of meltdowns, you had people melting down about another name change in WWE. You had a lot of people, I don't know, sweeping for it and shit. I don't even necessarily want to say that, but I mean, whatever. The name, I've said this a million times, the name doesn't make the fucking person, the person does. Like he'll be, and it's for Mike Santana, obviously. So everybody saw this name, Cruz Montana, and everyone was like, oh shit. What were you going to say?
And which it doesn't even matter because Mike Santana isn't even his shoot name.
Right, but he is known as Mike Santana. Like, here's the thing. Well, yeah. I like when wrestlers, like you said, Joe Gacy was Joe Gacy, and they just let him be Joe Gacy. Like, I like that. AJ Styles is just AJ fucking Styles. I'm a fan of that, 100%. More. Like, if in a perfect world, I'd be like, dude, that just everyone should keep their names, especially if they're independent contractors. But I also don't, like, when WWE changed it, I was like, boo. But I also don't, I'm not going to melt down over him changing from Mike Santana to Cruz Montana.
He also
he
got the
he
got the choice in it, and it was a nod to his dad.
Yeah, so I think I bookmarked what he had to say about it. But last week I made my official debut on NXT. I think I have the actual video of it. But yeah, it is for Mike Santana, Sweet Louisiana. And he goes, a name I put together as a tribute to honor my late father, who I've always made sure to keep as close as possible to my journey. Losing him 6 years ago is what sent me on the spiral that I'd eventually rise from to become the man you see today. And today, that man addicted to greatness. So I don't know. I think he'll do well. And then they changed his theme. So I did some sleuthing and I was like, dude, in his music, he goes, Santana, what up? And then now they go, Montana, what's good? That's what they fucking do at the start of the theme. So they just switched that up.
Yeah.
And that was fucking smart, I guess, on their ends, because that would have been a blunder. But man, NXT's really cooking with some shit. And people were mad about this. But overall, dude, I've said it a million times and I don't like it. I agree with you if you're like, dude, this sucks. Like, both things can be true, right? Just like JD being happy for one's dreams while shitting on the fucking what it is that their dreams are. You can fucking be upset that their name gets changed, but also be like, it doesn't make a difference though, really. Like, both of those things, they're not mutually exclusive. So speaking of NXT, JJ, did you watch NXT?
I saw some clips. I didn't watch the full show, but I have the gist of what happened.
So basically, it kicked off with Grayson Waller dropping a pipe bomb. We are going to play the audio to it. Let's get to it.
Hey, WWE, you want to get unreal? Let's get unreal, because Grayson Waller has a live microphone finally. I think it's about time that I started rattling some cages. I made my main roster debut in the main event of Madison Square Garden 6 weeks after I broke my leg on that announce table.
Okay, so he's going off. It's like, awesome. Grayson Waller, I mean, he's cool and shit. It sucks that he did have to go back down to developmental, quote unquote, but at least they're doing something with him. And this is what sucks. They had so much heat with him at one point, and then he went up to the main roster and just became like a fucking kind of floundering mid-lower, and there always has to be that guy, and he is great at it. He's a mouthy fuck. You want to see him get his ass kicked and shit like that, but then he's like in a tag team, and then Theory became the most interesting part of that tag team, and then he just floundered and was gone, and yes, he got his leg hurt, whatever the fuck. But now the problem I'm having is WWE keeps doing this with Dirty Dom. They're trying to recapture Dirty Dom's heat. With Waller, now they're trying to like heat him up again, go out there and do a pipe bomb because we need everybody to remember who you were all these years ago, when they should have been reminding us on the fucking main roster. I don't know. Like, remember, he was the guy who got in Shawn Michaels' face and was starting fights in the PC and all of these things. So they're trying to reheat him, dude, like a fucking microwave. And that's what they're doing with Dom right now in the main roster. Like, he was hot. Now they have him jumping midgets and fucking teaming up with Ryan Garcia to beat up Joe Hendry and Danhausen and shit in order to get heat on him again, because he kind of cooled off, and it's unfortunate they got to do that. But I'm optimistic about this. This is one of the more interesting things that's happened on NXT in a fucking while. And we're going to go through it. Do you have any initial thoughts, or do you want to wait and listen to more of this pipe bomb before you give your thoughts?
I mean, I don't want to listen to it, but go ahead. And
We're listening. We're listening.
6 weeks. And most people would have drowned under the lights, but lad, I swam. WrestleMania 40, Lincoln Financial Field, 60,000 people. I stood on top of a ladder and I brought home the SmackDown tag titles. I felt on top of the world. Everything was going like I had planned. And then something changed.
He really tried. He tried.
And I don't know what it was, because it's not my work ethic. It's not my talent.
He really fucking tried.
To begin with.
What's that?
He said it's not my work ethic. It's not my try. I'm like, yeah, because you didn't have any to begin with.
Oh, come on, dude. He's in good shape. He's a good
fucking
wrestler.
worthless. He's fucking worthless.
Oh, come on now, JJ. That's not very fair to say about Grayson Waller.
He's been worthless for years.
Maybe I was too honest. Maybe I didn't politic. Maybe I didn't kiss the right ass. But either way, the last 2 years of my career have been an absolute embarrassment, and I'm man enough to admit it.
Okay, so is that the first clip? Yes, it is. So we have more of
because
this,
he,
okay?
because
Strap in.
he calls fucking Theory the Janetti of the team, which I hate that fucking saying.
Okay, dude. So let's listen. Here's more of it. Shout out TKO, NXT, and WWE, and Netflix and CW. Okay, stop felting your clips on YouTube.
In fact, I have a message for the NXT roster. Hey guys, get off your phone. I know you're probably filming a TikTok. Maybe watch the show and learn something. Because I just walked in your house. I didn't even wipe my feet. And everything I'm about to say, I mean with the utmost disrespect. The NXT male roster is soft. You're lazy. You're complacent. You're happy to be here. I know you fat flops will love this one. The women of NXT are running laps around you.
Yeah, because they get more time.
Yet still, 90% of you think you should get called up tomorrow. But here's the secret, ladies and gentlemen.
So he's like 90% of you shouldn't be or should be called up tomorrow, and then he hits them with this line.
I look at that roster.
Or did he say should or shouldn't be called up tomorrow? Because he's like, but they're all the women.
He said 90% of you think you should be called up, and he said only 10% of you are gonna, and it's all women.
And it's all the women. Okay, yes.
Maybe 10%'s ready. They're all women. Because you got world-class athletes back there. I see at the tryout all the passion and energy, and then you come here and you're fine with putting WWE superstar in your Instagram bio so you can play wrestler for 6 months, impress some mediocre girls in downtown Orlando, and spend all your time in medical. And then you have the independent talent. My people, I love independent wrestlers, and you come here and you do things in this ring that no one else can do. How good are they? But then you put a microphone in their hands and all the energy gets sucked out of the room because you're a bunch of charisma vacuums. Hey. And I know you're all kind of looking over at Sean right now, seeing how he's freaking out in the headset, but deep down inside, HBK's smiling because I'm finally telling the truth.
But I thought you hated him. No.
This men's division has been for the taking for months. Hey, shut up. I don't need your support. I'm cooking right now. Let me cook. This men's division has been for the taking for months, and none of you have done a thing about it. But I will. I'm going to walk in, take the title, take the division. I'm going to take every opportunity that any of you are supposed to have. Because unfortunately, for that embarrassment of a roster, I'm starting to remember who Grayson Waller is. I'm the most underrated guy on this roster. I'm the all-round pound for pound best.
So they cut his mic off. So now what do you think of the mic cut off? Like, he's not even saying like, hey, Colt Cabana.
It's played.
I know. And he's not even saying anything crazy. He's like, Shawn Michaels is actually smiling right now. Well, then why would he cut your fucking mic off? You know, that it's silly. We've seen it before. It's all good. But like, I'm not mad at this. I want him to cut fiery promos, but he didn't say it. Just diminishes cutting a mic off because it's nothing that serious that he's even saying or exposing.
Yep.
He's not like shouting out another Fed. He's like kind of putting people over, and I don't know. So what they're trying to do is reheat him up as like he's the bad boy of NXT and shit, right? So I don't know, man. Your overall thoughts on this? Is this going to work out? Like he took a shot at TNA, and Brian Myers had this to say: "This really hurts coming from the guy who got sent back to developmental. Ouch, bro." And then Moose was like, "Bet if he gets fired, he will be begging and praying for a job at some local YMCA."
Yep.
You agree with the TNA guys?
Yeah, like I'm surprised Waller didn't get released along with the whole fucking crop of the other people. Like I said, I've never seen anything in him like from the first day he showed up. And the fact of like the essence of some of the things he said in this promo are such fucking hypocrisy. Because like him like, oh, I know you're on your phones trying to do TikToks. Hey, fucker. Your entire gimmick, their first run in NXT was it's all about going viral and getting TikTok clips. So fuck off. You're contradicting your own fucking character. Maybe go back and watch the shit you used to say.
Yeah, that's how he blew up. That's true. That is a great point. I didn't even think about that.
And then he literally buries the entire locker room there. He's just like, he's just like, oh yeah, you get all these people who come into the PC and then they're injured all the time, or you get these indie guys, then they suck on the mic. You cannot sit there and say everyone else sucks but you. There are ways to say everyone sucks but you in a roundabout way. If you have to flat out say everyone sucks but me, you have lost the fucking battle right from the beginning. For him to sit there, and you actually missed the bit in between where he said that
I can't play the whole thing. I'll get
I know.
sniped by
But he
TK.
said in the clip where he had to carry Austin Theory's ass, and how he still sucks on the mic, and he was the Marty Jannetty of the team and all this shit. Number one, Theory's coming into his own finally. I think Waller was holding Theory back, if anything. And also just
it's kayfabe though. He's kayfabing though. Like, it doesn't matter who held who back.
I know, but
the
the thing is, if you're down in developmental, you're not going to have this. Like, that feels like shit that he was supposed to say in a promo on the main roster against Theory before they kiboshed it. So why bring it up now? Like, you're not going to be having a match with Austin Theory anytime soon because your ass is going to be in the PC for the next 6 months.
Yeah,
that's
they're trying to reheat it. Yeah, they're trying to reheat it up. You're right about that.
It's such a tired fucking trope of saying this guy was the Jannetty in a tag team. Now, and I'll tell you why. I've spent quite a few nights, in the locker room with Marty Jannetty and picking his brain and talking to him, and when he's been sober, because there have been times where we're drinking and all this shit. But he's a plethora of knowledge. And also just the fact that you look back, everyone thinks it's because Sean became the breakout star and Marty didn't. No one seems to realize that Marty was the veteran they put Sean with so Sean could learn. Marty is a guy that could fucking work a fucking broomstick, and you could put him with anyone and he could help get them over. And Marty was also fucking 10, 12 years older than Sean when they put them together. Like, you don't to use the term Marty Jannetty as an insult is just ignorant. It's very fucking ignorant.
Well, as they say. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. And it's just, Waller is just like, he sits there and he gabs and gabs and gabs because that was his partial strong point, but he's really just trying to be like, "Ooh, look at all the dangerous stuff I can say," and that only gets you so far. And what are we going to get now? They automatically put him into the freaking main event picture with freaking Tony D'Angelo and Cruz Montana, and it's just like, so you can fucking take the pin. Like, that's why you're there. Because they don't know if they're going to take this belt off Tony D'Angelo yet, because he's useless and they've only gone as far as they can go with him. But Grayson Waller is he's never going to be that fucking guy. And he's lucky to have had a job as long as he has. He was lucky to get on the main roster. He was lucky that they gave him that whole being the hanger on for the New Day, because he wasn't doing jack shit besides that. And he's never going to be anything special. Like the mid card is aiming high for him. I'm sorry. I don't fucking care. Like, he's just there's nothing to him, and sending him down to NXT is going to do nothing.
Too, bro.
I know, but sending him down to NXT is going to do nothing to help the ratings. Like, he's just there. He's a body.
So one person, another body that a bunch of people melted down over, all these meltdowns. I should have called this Meltdown Cast. But Ryan Garcia, and we're going to listen to Dave and shit talk about this tomorrow on DMDMW during the day, live every Thursday on YouTube. But, I don't do them every Thursday. Tomorrow I'm doing it, though, during the day, Time Cop. So make sure you're there for DMDMW, because I'm going to go see Spider-Man. But Ryan Garcia appeared on WWE Raw during the whole Danhausen bit, and I didn't expect everybody to fucking melt down about this. the way, like I had a bunch of sickos like spurging out. I posted a video about Ty Mello, and then you got people posting about Ryan Garcia underneath everybody. And it's like, okay, that has nothing to do. I'm not even talking about fucking Ryan Garcia, there's nothing to do with what I'm even talking about. But Ryan Garcia has said a bunch of crazy shit online, N-bombs, homophobic shit, Islamophobic shit, all of these sorts of fucking things, right? And I was always under the impression during that Ryan Garcia arc that he was like incredibly on like a drug-fueled fucking meltdown. And since then, he was like, dude, I apologize. Like he was like, he popped for like a drug test, and he was showing up to events like looking all strung out and fucked up, and everyone was like, he had to pull out of a fight because of a drug test that he failed and all of this stuff. So I always thought that's what that was. He was like in a drug psychosis, boats and hoes, dude. He's doing boatloads of coke and fucking going crazy with his millions of dollars. That's what I thought happened to the kid. I thought he was going the route of Conor McGregor. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just like dropping N-bombs and fucking real hates the gays and all of these sorts of things. I don't fucking know. Dave Meltzer was like, unless you're in prison, they don't give a fuck if you're on WWE TV and all this stuff. We'll break that down tomorrow. But as far as him being a part of all of this shit, yeah, again, he's tight with Dana White and all these motherfuckers. And I don't know what you expect. They're going to have him in there. I thought him glomming fucking Joe Hendry with the guitar was awesome. If we're just going to talk about the wrestling, like I thought that segment sucked ass, but then once he did the swerve with the guitar, that was the best part of it. For me, I thought he played it well and everything. However, yeah, if that makes you want to turn WWE off, go ahead and turn WWE off. But again, if you're going to go through a fine tooth comb of every Fed and be like, this guy should be canceled, that guy should be canceled, this guy should be fucking, this is allowed over here, but that isn't. And I know JJ can pull examples. I know you're likely going to bring up fucking Hangman and shit like that or whatever, right? I'll let you do that. But what I'm saying, what your boy Phil is saying is, I always understood that part of Ryan Garcia's fucking him getting arrested and fucking, because I think he got arrested and shit too, failing that drug test and him going off with all the phobics and phobias and all the shit everybody's worried about online. I thought he was like in a drug induced craze and shit. So and I thought he like atoned for all that, and that's why he's like mainstream again. Maybe not mainstream, but that's why he's like popping again and stuff. At least that was my interpretation of shit. I don't know. Maybe Dave Meltzer has more in-depth coverage. Is this make you want to, are you going to boycott WWE and the Fed there, JJ?
No. I have no clue. I don't know anything about that world, and I have no clue who this guy is. And okay, if he, I saw obviously someone pulled up screenshots from something he said 6-7 years ago. And I don't know if he's ever issued an apology for that or not.
I think he did.
Okay, so then he issued an apology. So
yeah, and he was like,
not
dude,
like
I
what
was
he
fucked
said.
up
Like,
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm not saying instant forgive, but at least there was an effort made. So I really can't say anything about that. Like I said, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. That's a world I'm not familiar with. But
Yeah, so-
like, obviously, like people don't seem to realize that like people like this are vetted. WWE is a publicly traded company, and they know the thing they risk. So yeah, while like I said, I don't know if there was an apology. You just confirmed there was an apology, but obviously that doesn't fit the narrative of the basement goblins who need to put this out here and be like, but he said this. So like, yeah, you know something? I'm completely against people who are different types of phobic and people who are sex pests and friends with sex pests and all that shit. But if someone's friends with a sex pest and then comes out and says, I've cut off contact with this person and I'm never talking to them again. Okay, guess what? You made an effort. There's a difference between that and taking a fucking selfie with them going, yeah, we're still buddies. I don't care that this guy's a PDF file.
Yeah, so I mean, that's different. PDF file and then just saying fucked up shit. Like, to me, one is way worse than the other. Or like using your position of power to like fucking
plus like wasn't
grope
it like
women and shit. I was just like, nah, that's fucked up. Compared to like, oh, I
was
fucking said crazy shit when I was on drugs. So I just looked it up though. Sorry, I'll let you lick it off here, JJ. But just quickly, I just want to say this. he did take responsibility, and he said he was drugged out and shit. And this was years ago. He apologized, and he was like, "It's a tough couple of months." And this is when he popped for a drug. He failed a drug test, like 4 drugs, not steroids and shit. I'm pretty sure it was like 4 drugs. If I'm not, maybe I'm wrong on that too. But yeah, he did apologize. I'm right about that, and he was on drugs. I'm right about that. So go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was thinking because I don't remember if it was Kendall Gray or someone went off because they found like a post that one of the female talents in NXT made when they were like 13 years old, where they said the F word for a cigarette. And they're like, "Look at this, blah blah blah," and then people were like, "Yeah, she was 12 or 13 when she made that post on her Instagram." Like, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. People just like, you see the sickos, say that shit all the time too. Now it's
right. I am all for calling out people for being pieces of shit. But if you're gonna virtue signal over shit like that and they leave out half of the story, then you're no better than what you're trying to defend.
Yeah, and Dave was like, "Oh, they just bring on anybody if you're not in jail." And it's like, okay, Garcia said some racialist shit. Let's just leave it at that, right? I didn't see sexist shit or anything, whatever you want to accuse. I didn't even see homophobic shit. I just saw you saying racialist shit. That's just my quick side AI search here. But Meltzer, this is what I wrote. Meltzer recently criticized WWE fans who attended shows in the UK the last time they were there by saying they were new, there for entrances, and mostly minorities, to describe why they weren't as lively as they previously have been. And I was like, he had Cuervo with him the whole time too. So I know it's not the same thing as dropping an N-bomb, but implication, like if I'm like, dude, I put out a tweet, some fucking AEW bot was like saying some shit. Then I was like, dude, I thought Superman freed you monkeys after he defeated Lex Luthor.
Yeah, gimmick infringement, fucker. You stole my shit.
No, dude, I just used a fucking GIF. It's just a GIF.
Yeah, but that's my shut the fuck up bot GIF that I use when I go after every bot.
Okay, well, I was watching Supergirl and fucking, I don't know. I was just going, hey, dude, I thought Superman freed you. I don't know, dude. But
I was just like, wait a second, this is my shit.
But like, okay, but then if you just like if you're just like, a black dude's like, no, dude, you're wrong. And then you go, shut up, monkey. Like, those are two different fucking ways to call someone a monkey, Right. So it's like one's racist, and implication means a lot. You know what I mean? And so the way Dave says shit, like he's criticizing the fans in the UK and he's like, and they're mostly minorities. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? So Dave says shit. He had Cuervo the whole time with him. And he thought like Quavo was a different guy. Oh, there's so many rappers, Brian. Like he literally was saying shit like that. It's like, bro, that comes across a certain type of way too. Like Dave, the point I'm making is Dave's not the one to get all up in his fucking panties about this when he says crazy shit all the time too. So we move along here. And in other controversial news, well, fans were outraged over Ryan Garcia's Raw appearance. So, and again, racialist remarks. In other news here, okay, WWE has been called out for using AI and whatnot. And so they reportedly plan to continue increasing the use of AI-generated content on screen and off screen. And the company is reportedly aware of the negative reaction online towards their use of AI, but plan to only increase its usage, according to Worked Wrestling. Again, everyone's going to use AI. I'm not saying everything should be 6-finger AI slop and shit. I absolutely am against that. But yeah, they're going to use it as a fucking tool. They're going to use it for analytics, and they're going to use it when they need like crazy shit exploding in the background for a fucking Zarya vignette or whatever, and get used to it. Everyone's going to use it in movies for explosions and shit. It's just going to happen. Shout out Terminator. It's funny too, because James Cameron, you think about it, and I wonder if the guy who had fucking Linda Hamilton, destroying, she was in a psych ward for destroying AI data centers and shit.
Yeah, I saw
for
that
Skynet in Terminator and Judgment Day. I wonder if, because James Cameron has complained a bit about how expensive it is to make Avatar, I wonder if he succumbs to it and fucking starts using AI to pump out more avatars. What do you think?
It's a possibility. I see Cameron trying to cut corners because obviously there's a law of diminishing returns on these fucking Avatar movies. But yeah, it's a touchy subject.
Yeah, so
like
I don't know what's up, but yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, there's usage. There's usage for certain things in the AI genre. The problem is just people using it willy-nilly for dumb shit. Like, I want to make a meme. Boom, 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 boom. ChatGPT, make this meme for me. And there's fucking 3 liters of fucking fresh water that just got destroyed because you wanted to make a meme that 2 people are gonna laugh at. Like, yeah. I have problems with that. They're trying to build a fucking AI data center 3 blocks from my house. I'm not fucking happy with it.
Yeah, they should. Is it a myth though with the data centers fucking up the environment? I don't think it is, because a lot of people are like, "Hey, that global warming." I remember, dude, in like grade 4, they made us watch that Al Gore shit, and nobody. I was supposed to be dead by now. You know what I mean? But this is like for real. I think it fucks up the environment for real, dude. It's using up water and shit.
That is why it's the fresh water usage is because of the fact of how hot the servers get. This is why they're trying to build them in like the tundra areas of Canada, because it's cold. China actually kind of already figured out the issue. They built AI data centers underwater, so that way the servers are cooled naturally and it is not wasting fresh water. But unfortunately, that's not as cheap as how they want to do it here. So that's where it runs into a problem, and just people are just too used to ChatGPT and fucking everything all the damn time, like, and that's where the problem is. It's a domino effect.
Yeah, like you can't avoid it though, dude. If you Google anything, it's AI response.
Well, they actually finally fixed that.
Right,
because now you can turn up
select AI mode. Yeah, that's
right.
true.
Before you had to type in -AI afterwards for them to not use the AI.
But here's the thing, though. What are they using to I don't want to say manipulate as if like they're manipulating it, but that's what they're doing technically by the definition of the word. Like, what do you think they're using to manipulate the algorithm in the first place? Like, if you Google something, I Google something, it's going to feed you different shit. It's AI. They use AI to moderate everything. They use AI to flag things, moderate things on YouTube. Like, even though Google did roll out that feature, which I do like, they're still using AI for fucking everything. Like, you cannot, even like Photoshop. And I say this all the time, like, because I've used Photoshop for years and shit like that. There's certain things, like, let's say, you want to separate something from an image and then place it on something else. Now it's all just AI integrated. So even like the old school, even if you're an old school guy way of doing things type of guy, you can't anymore. Like, it's just what they use now. And it's like, everything's become that way. And I'm not down with like, just sit there and accept the fucking AI slop. Cause let's be honest, but I think that, it's unavoidable, and motherfuckers, what's worse for the environment? All these data centers are blowing up cars, probably all these fucking data centers, right? Like, what does it do? What does it do? It burns up all the water, right? And then what?
It doesn't burn up the water. It's just the
killing wildlife, and
it's the water. The water is getting deterred from the areas where it needs to cool these things, and in some cases, the water is becoming polluted to a state where it can't be fixed. Kind of like what do you call it? Like with the wastewater from fracking, how that can never be used for anything ever again because it's so the wastewater is so polluted that it's just that it's unusable and we're losing the water from it. But yeah, so and unfortunately it's one of those things where there's different things in energy that can be used, but people don't want to use them because different fucking corporations own fucking rights to different things and they don't want they want to keep making money. And it's a giant fucking snowball effect. It's fucking complicated.
Well, we'll see when we're all fucking 3-eyed monsters and shit, and living underground. We'll see how bad data centers fuck up the environment, I guess, but WWE is going to use it. I'll say just from an artistic perspective. I mean, yeah, if they're using it for background, fucking Zarya's demolishing a building during her vignette, okay, I guess we're just going to have to rock with that. I'm not like so offended creatively by that. If they were like every single thing we do is AI, like every graphic we make, I mean, that would be kind of shitty, and it does put people out of jobs. Now, AI, I don't know if they're going to use it to start coming up with creative ideas and shit, but they'll definitely integrate it to like find out statistics and stuff. But even AI gets that shit wrong. And I just think it's funny how AI just sort of fucking collapsed to like, it just kind of peaked, and then now it's so expensive to take it to the next level. Everyone was fearful it was going to take all the jobs away and shit, and it just can't yet because people need to buy into it more, and they're not unless you're forced to at no extra cost, I guess, which is what YouTube is. Like, YouTube's fully operated by fucking AI and bots and shit. So it's like you can't even use Google. Like, you got to throw your phone away if you don't want to partake. The world's fucked up, lithium batteries, fucking sweatshops for the clothes we wear and shit. Like, the world's a fuck place. So just to look at it from a creative endeavor, if they start like fully AIing, if they're trying to be like, here's the first AI wrestler, I got a problem with that. Hey, AI wrote this shitty SummerSlam story. AI wrote Brock versus Oba or whatever. I'll have a problem with that. But until that happens, like, okay, it is what it is. I mean,
fucking Ricochet just won the trios belts.
I know.
So,
speaking of agony, ESPN announces the Danhausen Freeze Tour. So they're just capitalizing on every penny
saturation,
on every fucking market they can. The Danhausen Freeze Tour will be running throughout Minneapolis this weekend for SummerSlam. An actual truck with frozen treats. First a blimp, now this. Over as over gets. I think this is kind of cool. I mean, I don't think it's for the kids, right? Like, everybody's just going, Danhausen's for the kids. It's for the kids. So we just got to like get used to this guy.
That's fine. I have no problem with stuff like this, but he shouldn't have this and have a fucking match on the damn PLE.
I just think he had one miss, and that was the last segment, and then he's going to do something to pop everybody again, and then we're going to forget all about that, and they're just looking at the merchandise and all of that, and it's like, if you're so offended, I guess don't watch that 10 minutes of wrestling. Like, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, this could get old quick. Like, you got to kind of milk it, and it's what I said about when he joined the company with his curses in general. I was like, you have to milk it, and they have to be like believable curses and then slowly build up to outlandish wild shit. But instead, it's just, they just went like, people are being zapped mental, and their old catchphrases, and he's got giants and minis, and he's cloning people, and he's fucking, like, they went really outlandish with it. And
Adam Page is gonna go after the trios back. I'm sorry, I just looked over at my screen.
Yeah, with a lame ass barbed wire chair too. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
I think we're just getting a little oversaturated with Danhausen having like fucking segments on every damn show. Like, they need to reel it back a little bit after SummerSlam.
I made the joke too that at Comic-Con, AEW wrestlers had fucking like blow pops or whatever, and I was like, yeah, because they suck. Go. But I was like, WWE doesn't even have this, and now they do. They got like Danhausen ice creams. So if I saw one of these pulled up though, I'm buying an ice cream or a freezy or a snow cone or whatever they're selling,
Yeah.
So just for the novelty of it. And in other WWE business, well, speaking of Danhausen, he actually, and speaking of business, because Tom Brady might appear in WWE, I'm not overly excited for that. I think we'll see him at SummerSlam if I had to hedge a bet. I think he'll like be in the crowd, punch Logan Paul, and then like months later, it'll lead to them like having a match or something, like Danhausen who's Danhausen wrestling at SummerSlam again?
Dom.
He's wrestling Dom. So what's going to happen is like, maybe he punches Dom or JD McDonough then or something. Maybe Tom Brady's not there, actually, now that I think about it. But I thought they would tease him and Paul, and they could still do that like another night, not involved in the Danhausen shit. I just thought maybe they try and give Danhausen more of a rub. But let's say Brady's there at SummerSlam one of the nights. They do like someone's chirping at him. He shoves someone, then the finish, and then we see like Brady and Paul get set up down the line if they're going to do it at Mania. I really don't want to see that match. Fucking Brady's wife got
it's gonna
taken
be
by a jiu-jitsu teacher, so
it's gonna be Brady versus Logan Paul in Saudi, dude. I'm telling you.
yeah, Saudi makes a lot of sense because Brady's got a bunch of business out there. Either way, I digress. He's cursed now, so none of this is actually going to happen. He's going to break his leg. And
Yeah.
Didn't he say something about wrestling?
Oh,
I
yes.
think he did.
There's beef. He said it's not.
What's beef? For lunch? Catering's here?
Like, you guys are fighting.
Oh, I have to fight Tom Brady.
I think you could take him.
He's got nice teeth. To put them in his jar, I think I should curse Tom Brady.
So we're cursing Tom Brady.
We're cursing Tom Brady.
that's crazy, dude. What's going to happen? He's going to get injured before his match in Saudi?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Shout out Danhausen, though. Laying curses. Those are scary, real things there, man. But speaking of taking care of business here, Triple H had this to say. Well, first, Roman Reigns announced his dates leading up to October and Money in the Bank. So he'll be in fucking Buffalo, Des Moines, Minneapolis for SummerSlam, Cleveland, Mexico, St. Louis, New Orleans. So he'll be at Money at the Bank. Money at the Bank. He'll be at Money in the Bank. It's hell at the cell. So Triple H had this to say on Busted Open. He wishes wrestling fans would put their passion for WWE into the talent rather than putting the blame on the writers. And he goes, I wish sometimes we could put that passion into the talent now as opposed to when somebody gets heat in our business. It's like, God, why would they write that way? Time to play the game. As opposed to that, or as opposed to that no good piece of crap did this. There's something to say that innocence of not knowing, and it's still being real to me, damn it. But it is what it is. I love that. I love the hate. I love the love. It's all passion for what we do in the game. So he's saying, dude, I wish people got passionate about the wrestlers. And I agree in instances where it's like Sheamus. So again, everyone's crying about why he didn't win a fucking Intercontinental title instead of praising the 15 belts he fucking held throughout his career. Triple H, I think, is kind of saying the same thing. But yeah, I mean, social media is negative, and that's clearly what he's talking about. And so, Dave Meltzer is going to respond to this again and go, well, they say they don't listen to online. When really they obviously everyone listens to online, bro. Like they just say that shit to be like, it doesn't phase us.
Right.
So it's not like that, but yeah, Triple H is begging everybody saying, we are family. Let's all be fucking good and friendly together and whatnot. Let's just all fucking come together and hold hands and sing Kumbaya in the wrestling world, right? So speaking of taking care of business and whatnot, Cyrus Habibi, Kai Kavari departed WWE. I don't know. I'm like, who? Yeah, I have no clue. So let's take a listen to what this guy has to say here.
Whew! Was not an easy decision, but I had to make it. Most of you guys know I signed a 3-year contract with WWE, but I've decided to step away. 3 reasons, and I'll share why. I've been a professional athlete for a few years now. Obviously played Division I football. I've been all over the place. For years now, it's only been about myself, just constantly chasing, trying to move up the ladder. And I've gotten to a point in my life where my wife and I, we have our 3rd kid on the way. I also have my grandparents back home, both sets, which I'm very blessed to have. They're getting older, and I just feel like our life belongs in California with our family. Second, financially, having a hard time doing my California.
So what is he, like an influencer? Whatever. This guy, okay, cool. There for a cup of coffee. Peace and love. Have fun. I don't know. Was he on
what
Evolve?
I think.
I know who he is.
Yeah. I don't even know if he was on Evolve, but what I'm hearing from this is I'm at the PC. I think my shit doesn't stink, and I think I should be on TV, and they keep telling me I'm not ready. So now I'm mad, and I'm gonna go take my ball and go home, and I'm gonna be Mr. Instagram and TikTok.
Well, speaking of the people at the PC and whatnot, Aaliyah Mysterio, Booyaka 619, she is about to begin her WWE career.
Didn't she already fucking do that 6 years ago?
Well, she was on screen and she was kissing up on Buddy Murphy and all of that. And she did go viral like those segments were going viral, and in sort of a dark time at WWE during the pandemic, that was a dark time for everybody. She did kind of go like get them ratings, and fucking the YouTube numbers were blowing up. I remember seeing it at the time. So again, she was 19 making out with Buddy Matthews, and she's wanted to be in the business. So I mean, like, it runs in their family. You really don't think she's going to be any good?
No.
Why not though? Like, Dom was exceeded my expectations. Ray's a legend.
They would have fucking kept her around 6 fucking years ago.
But she wasn't training in ring then. She was just like an on-screen. Vince is like, yeah,
because she
can
didn't
he kiss
want to.
you?
And now because she did, yeah, she didn't want to at the time when she had all the fucking options to, but now she's realizing, oh shit, I can't do anything else. So this is literally nepotism on the level of fucking Dewey Foley being on the creative team. I'm not here for it.
I think that I'm behind this just because Dom, when I first saw him, I was like, nope, I ain't about this. And then he blew up.
And I still say no about Dom.
He got so over, dude.
And now he's cold as polar bear shit. I fucking told you.
Here's the thing, though. In Mexico, he's still like super over. Like they're still super invested. He is the AAA.
Not as much as they were 7 months ago. He cooled the fuck off.
Yeah, overall, I don't know in AAA. Like, I'd have to go to Mexico and ask people, hey, has he cooled off here as much as he did in WWE? Because to me, he seems like everything he does, like this last thing he just did with Omos, everyone was like, oh shit, but they cooled him off on the main roster, which is super unfortunate. And I don't know. I think his sister will do great because Ray is fucking fantastic. And it's crazy, dude. We're seeing like the Mysterios, the Steiners, AJ Styles kid teaming up with Gallows' kid and shit. Like, we're seeing all these, Charlotte Flair's a vet even. And it's just a wild time. I mean, wrestling's always been that way, but it seems like more that way now, more than ever. And maybe I'm off on that, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Like, it seems like more people's kids are getting into wrestling than did in the past, no? Or has it always been this way?
I mean, there's been a lot of second generation people over the years. It's just now, like, it's just kind of in our faces. It's like there's some people who actually like make their way and work their way through the fucking indies, and then there's other people that are just like, oh, my dad works in WWE, so I'm gonna go there right from the fucking beginning. And it's like it leaves a sour taste in the mouth of people that are busting their asses. Like Jacob Fatu. Jacob's a fucking second generation who busted his ass on the fucking indies for years before finally getting picked up, but then, people want to play, oh, the Samoans, blah, blah, blah. Jacob busted his fucking ass. Like they're, and there's a lot of second generation guys that never make it, but I'm not a fan of second generation people getting to go right in WWE from the beginning just because they're second generation. I'm not a fan of it.
Well, speaking of people grinding, man, KJ Orso, aka Fuego del Sol, is at the tryout in Minnesota. So along with Conan Lycan and along with who else? Joshua Bishop, KJ Orso, who used to be an AEW. Cody Rhodes teamed with him as like Fuego del Sol and Fuego Dos. So there you go, man. Do you have high hopes for this guy? Are you familiar with him at all?
I'm familiar with them. I'm just I wish him the best. I just know that because a lot of people are putting up, they're just like, oh, he's got a tryout. Oh, he's got a tryout. And the thing is, the tryouts are unless you're someone who's already got fucking eyes on them, like the tryouts aren't necessarily meaning you have an absolute in. Like we all saw that, like any of us were paying attention last year, fucking Big Trouble Ben Bishop was at the tryouts of last SummerSlam. And they didn't fucking sign him. And Ben's a hell of a fucking talent. Like he's hilarious. He knows how to market himself, and he's 7 feet fucking tall, and it can work. And they were like, nah, we're good. So I wish this guy the best. Hopefully he has a good showing, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
And again, it seems lame to say this, but AAA, do you think they'd make him put his mask back on and be like, go to AAA and put your mask on again and we'll fucking hire you? Or is it like, nah, he's already doing this?
Maybe, or
Like,
maybe
they did it to
maybe they can package him in AAA without the mask. I mean,
Maybe.
Axiom didn't have a mask before WWE. They put him under a mask and it worked for him. Then they may try him out. Like they're letting fucking what's his name? Fucking
what do you call him? What do you call him though? Bloaty Rhodes? Do you think that he might pull some strings and be like, this is my guy?
I think he's pulled all of his strings in that department. I think they were just like, no, we brought in Jade and we brought her on the main roster and we brought in Ricky. Like, now we need to cool off for a while, bro.
God damn. Well, we move along here, and speaking of people getting called up and cooled off and their time in NXT coming to an end, Lola Vice is set for an imminent WWE main roster call-up after AAA mixed tag title loss, and all of the fucking dirt sheets were like, oh, it appears like they tried to spin it in their own way as if they found out the news, and the Observer did that first. They were trying to spin it in a way where it's like, you know, Lola Vice, it appears after this loss, we're getting word, breaking news, but it's like, dude, she tweeted it out.
Right.
And then there was a couple like of these Twitter accounts that fucking actually wrote because of her tweet, but the majority of dirt sheets tried to spin it as if they found the news out and all of this stuff. So I don't know. Good for her. I can't wait to see her on the main roster. I think she's going to blow up fucking huge. And it's interesting because Priest just went down to AAA, but I'm sure she'll still do like double duty. I said duty. And so, guys, it is Wednesday. We're not done with WWE news. We're going to talk about the main roster a little bit. But first, it's Happy Wednesday. And let's check in with Ren Sinclair.
Hey, guys. Happy Wednesday. So I just wanted to pull the class real quick. Little weird encounter yesterday. And like after stuff like that, does anyone just like go in your car and like turn the radio all the way up and just scream, yell, all the like the songs at the top of your lungs? Yeah, me neither, because I'm totally sane. But like, this was weird. Perfect. Count your days. Girl, okay. Let's do that. Let's count them. And let's see. 8-man tag tonight on Evolve. Happy Wednesday. I'm working on my own holiday. I got a main event match coming up in between our title defense. And then I'm going to beat you in less than 5 minutes because I am speed and you are not. And all while I'm doing that, and all while I'm making my way towards your North American Championship, you're going to be restuffing your Soul Ruka voodoo doll because honestly, it's giving
She's
obsessed.
just cutting a fucking promo.
So,
Let's
like,
go.
get over it. Maybe find a hobby, maybe like knitting or try and taking a makeup class because like seems like you color out of the lines a lot. But I would love to help you more, but I can't help you any more than you can help yourself. And honestly, I gotta go. I gotta get to call time. 8-man tag tonight on Evolve.
So there you go. She was on Evolve. Who watched Evolve tonight?
I didn't get a chance to, but oh my God, this promo between Kenny and Ospreay just won't fucking end. And Tony's manipulating the shit again. He went 2 quarters of overrun. So that way he can be like, look, the number is still up because you went 2 quarters worth of overrun.
Right, but the overrun usually fucking tanks too, so it's not helping his ratings.
The overrun tanks when it's just the one overrun, but the thing is, people fucking tune in to whatever they want to sing, and 15 minutes in, they're still expecting to see their program. This is going to 10 fucking 30. He paid for 2 quarters, so that way it manipulates the number again, just like he did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
and
it's
for
like
what?
a half-hour overrun, dude.
Right, for this boring ass fucking back and forth. Kenny laid this fucker out at the end of the fucking pay-per-view, and now they're just like, oh my God, you remember this time, and you remember this time, and I respect you, and I respect you, and but either fuck or fight. Seriously.
Yeah, and he dumped him on his surgically repaired neck and shit.
Right. Between this
That's
and the fact
thing,
that the
dude.
Willow and Monet segment went like a fucking half hour.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
It's going on and on. Guys, hit
Right.
like, the almost 300 watching, hit like, hit retweet, hit heart, fucking all of that good stuff. If you're watching on replay, hype it. Check out Full Circle Radio. Super chat in, become a member for only 99 cents. I do bonus shows every week, typically on Monday, and also patreon.com/pro wrestle times. And check out Full Circle Radio. JJ, even though we fight, I love JJ. Okay, guys, so get his fucking channel up to 500 subs. Let's fucking go. This is my guy. This is why we fight. Okay? Family fights, dude. It's what we fucking do. This is my fam right here. So fucking make sure you guys go and run his subs up. We're gonna get into more news. We're not even done with WWE news.
Right. They're literally falling back on I thought you were my friend for this fucking match.
And he's just slapping him, and Ospreay's taking it until he snaps, bruv, and becomes the ultimate weapon, bruv. Under siege, bruv. I'm Steven Seagal, bruv.
Fucking AEW is always about we were friends. Oh my God. And it took Ospreay getting slapped fucking 6 times before he finally hit back.
And it's funny because a half-hour talking promo, the fucking sickos are just going to eat it up. You know, they're going to be like, this ruled. What a fiery talking segment.
You put your hands on me, I'll kick the shit out you, bruv. He just slapped you 6 fucking times.
Of me walking on, bruv. Ospreay thinks just yelling is cutting a good promo.
He officially just hit 3/4 of overrun. He's manipulating the fucking numbers. Three-quarters of overrun.
And it's crazy because what Tone is trying to do as well is like, well, there's 2 hours of wrestling, of just matches, and then we do a 30-minute talking segment where I buy the overrun, and then the people who like the talking stuff can just watch it. Like, is that what he thinks he's doing, right? He left this off the main 2 hours so that the people who tune into the main 2 hours just see a bunch of wrestling, and then we'll do a half-hour talking segment. Like, why didn't this open the show? Do you know what I mean?
Because he thinks that fucking he's literally, it's, oh my God. I was talking about this on DJ and Heel show like fucking last week about like, because he was trying to say like, look, Kenny Omega's the champion. Me brought up the numbers. I was like, no, the numbers got brought up because it went 2/4 worth of overrun, so they were able to manipulate the final number. And now this one is 3/4 of overrun to manipulate the number. Because there's people who know that, oh yeah, that fucking wrestling goes on at least 5 minutes past the hour, so I'll tune in at fucking 10:10, and whatever like rerun I want to watch is on. Now they're like, where the fuck is my rerun of The Office or whatever the fuck they're playing after this now? Then here it is. Now it's 10:30 fucking 4. That's 3/4 in. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous. And Dave is going to brag about this on Friday. He's going to be, oh, look at the numbers. It shows, Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay is a bona fide draw. Look at the numbers.
Yeah. I mean, they do this because WBD is cooked. They're fucking nothing, and Tone gives them money. Anytime they do this, he has to write them a fucking check.
Right. And he does it every week.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And people don't think that's the case. It is. And this is when people go, Tone's footing the bill for a lot of this stuff.
Right.
And like, it's the TV deal isn't what it actually, it's not like they gave him 185 million cash. That was never the thing that ever happened. Everybody knows this.
Right. And like, even if in the magical fantasy world, it was a liquid $185 million, a 15-minute overrun costs. Let's throw out a random number here. Let's say that a 15-minute overrun costs whoever's doing it $250,000. I'm just hypotheticaling here. $250,000. 52 weeks a year, that's $13 million in overruns. And that's just for the times where it's only 1/4 of overrun. Now imagine when they throw in shit like this. So then automatically that's 13 million, and like I said, this is hypothetical numbers and I'm probably lowballing it, that's coming right off of the fucking top, where it's like, you're not getting paid, you're paying them to be on there. But Tony doesn't look at it that way. Tony looks at it as, well, I'm getting paid $1, so it's all right that I put this out. And when he doesn't get a new fucking TV deal and he's going to have to pay Amazon or fucking YouTube or something to be on their thing, and he has to put in $1, that's where he's going to lose interest and start complaining.
Well, everything can go on AEW or on YouTube. Everything can go on YouTube, right? So he would just have to like run his shows on there and then maybe work out a deal with like the YouTube TV element of it.
Right. Well, I meant YouTube TV. I didn't mean like, yeah.
But like my AEW, he is footing the bill for that. I mean, as far as the infrastructure and all of that shit, like he obviously he has to go find who's going to run ads. Like that's going to be all on him to find ads to run over all the feds and shit that he's promising to give cuts of the money to from the ad revenue and shit. He's going to have to find the ads to run over their shows and his shows and everything. But yeah, I don't know why Tone does this. He's just a dumb fuck. And again, maybe this helps inflate the average. And that's why, because he went over. So what typically happens is Dynamite does an overrun and then it fucking just dies off. But then maybe what Tone sees, because we don't see the quarter hours anymore, maybe what Tone is seeing is an increase again, like halfway through, because people are tuning in trying to see another fucking show. So then he went a half hour over to maximize the lead in with that last half hour average, because maybe he's seeing something that we don't see because we don't get the quarter hours anymore. So that was like one of the most embarrassing endings. And again, Ospreay is like these cinephiles on fucking Twitter. Like they think when people just yell, it's good fucking acting. Ospreay thinks yelling is a good promo. You know, I don't know what to tell you. That was pretty fucking bad right there. And yeah, Dynamite overall, what do you guys think? Like, was it worth? So like, here's the other thing too. The sickos go, we want wrestling and shit. So then they're going to glaze that 30-minute promo battle. Like that's still part of the show.
Right.
Yeah. So
I thought you came for the graps, not the talking. Too much talking on wrestling shows.
So if it does pop a rating, then you just go, yeah, because they're doing WWE style shit.
Right. And literally, and the thing was, like, if you want to do WWE style shit, fine, but have some substance to it. That was literally just the two of them rambling about, remember when we were in Japan? Remember? We were in Japan. Remember Japan? Remember this? Remember Japan? Like, it was terrible.
And it's whack doing like everyone's fucking friends all the time. That shit drives me nuts.
Right. And plus, looking at it, so that was 3 extended promo type segments in the show. It was the Willow celebration with Mercedes and the sit down between the Bucks and Edge and Christian, which was fucking god awful.
God damn. So, okay. We need to finish up WWE news, guys. So let's get into this. AEW happened. What do you want me to know about it? So in the news here, Nikki Bella wants to be done with her wrestling career, and then we're going to do AEW news, guys. So stay locked in. Time cop. Nikki Bella wants to be done with her wrestling career by the end of 2027.
Can she be done with it by the end of 2026, or maybe the end of the sentence?
I say enjoy the Bellas while they're here. Okay, that's what you
I've never enjoyed the Bellas.
Hey JJ, you can look, but you can't touch.
I don't want to.
So we move along here, and in other, I guess, controversial news, Danhausen and CM Punk kissed during a house show, and they didn't make out; they just like pecked. A lot of people are like, "Man, CM Punk's a gay woke fairy or whatever." Like, what do you think of him doing this? Does this trigger you? Does this, it was kind of the day it happened. Everyone was like, "What the fuck?" You're cool with this in wrestling? Whatever. This doesn't like turn you off of Danhausen and Punk?
Bro, I got into the business when the Christopher Street Connection were like the hottest thing in Ring of Honor. This doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I don't know, man. To me, it's like I've laughed my ass off when I've seen comedians, like 2 dude comedians, fucking kiss each other or whatever, and it's just like, I don't know, you get embarrassed and you laugh. I get that's what they're doing. It's a fucking house show. It doesn't trigger me. If you watch the video too, they just like peck and shit, but I don't know why they did it. Like, just because they're having fun together in there. They're already kind of gay for each other, as we can see in this. Might as well kiss already. It's what you said earlier, either fuck or fight, you know.
Right.
And
it's just like
I need to see one happen here with all this tension.
The guys that get the people who get the most offended about this shit, then go check the other tab on their browser, and everything on the Corn Hub is girl stuff. So guess what? You can handle one, you can handle the other.
So Logan Paul spoke at Oliver Tree's Celebration of Life. I'm not going to play this, but because it's dark and all of that, but he made like a special Prime called I think Slime or some. Shout out Oliver Tree, man. He was a very inventive, some say genius type guy who like played a fucking character, and Logan Paul I guess was close with him. I'm not even sure. I didn't even know. But he would work shoots on podcasts, and actually Oliver Tree's last ever anything appearance was on Bobby Lee and Cheeto Santino's fucking a podcast game show they have called The Bad Game Show or something. I don't know, but he was on with Gene Simmons, and Gene Simmons was just being a right cunt towards Oliver Tree, dude.
Because Gene Simmons is a cunt.
Right, dude. Yes, he is, man. All the old O&A bashings of fucking Gene Simmons, you know, he's done so many. I'm a huge Kiss fan. I always will be. You won't get me to hate on Kiss. But yeah, Gene Simmons is just an asshole. And Oliver Tree showed up like dressed up as like a Kiss character. And fucking, I guess Gene Simmons was upset by it because he's just too egotistical. You're too far up your own ass, and then you spurg out. And he was just being a dick to Oliver Tree, and that fucking stinks.
My father almost killed Gene Simmons back in the late 70s.
What happened?
My father used to work concert security for a bunch of national acts, and the end of his career, before he stopped, he was stuck working concert security for Kiss. And working the barricade on, basically working, running security along the stage. And Gene Simmons was an asshole to my father. And the way you used to see Kiss spit fire and spit blood, you would see Gene Simmons do it. It's because it was kerosene. And he would turn and he would spit kerosene into my father's fucking eyes. So my father said to him once during a show, he said, "You fucking spit that shit in my face one more time, and I'm going to yank you down into this fucking crowd of people and watch you get trampled." And then Simmons did it during the show at one point. My father grabbed his fucking boot and started trying to yank him off the fucking stage.
That's crazy.
Fucking Paul Stanley had to pull him back, and my father ripped like 3 fins off of his boot because he had those giant fins on his platform boots. My father ripped like 3 fins off of his fucking boot. That was the last show my father ever worked. He fucking quit that night.
Holy shit. Now I know where you get your anger from. Oh, shit, bro. Come on. We're joking now, JJ. Come on. So, yeah, dude, that's a crazy ass story. But yeah, Gene Simmons is just full of his own shit. And like, that is fucked. Like, especially if that's your staff who works security for you, like his job's to keep you safe, and you just keep spitting that shit on him. And he's like, bro, don't do that. Like, that sucks to fucking treat him poorly. Like, what if someone rushes the stage? Like, that's your last line of defense. You got to treat the staff around you properly. And apparently Gene Simmons don't fucking do that. I don't know how because he was mistreating Oliver Tree. And so the cousin of Oliver Stone, and of course their second cousin, Oliver Water. No, anybody? But so terrible. We have speaking of controversy and people getting all fucked up, Rusev stormed out of his match after Raw. He Austin Aries, Javon Evans. He fucking just rolled out of the ring and ran to the back.
It's because he pinched the fucking nerve.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, that's what I tweeted out because I'm like, he's clearly fucked up. But on social media, everyone's like, oh, he stormed off, and Reddit was freaking out on the squared circle, whatever the fuck. And everybody's like, oh, the grass isn't greener and blah, blah, blah. Right. And so take a look at this clip of Rusev just rolling out of the ring and then storming off from the ring because he's upset with his booking in WWE. And so people are like, what happened? And then everybody ran with the story. Everybody retweeted and ran with the story. Oh, he's unhappy. And it's
that's him making his way to medical.
And it seems like he's whatever the fuck. So that's when, like, hours later or even the next day. So yeah, this was yesterday that this was posted by Wrestle Talk. And that's Tuesday. So Raw went down Monday. Time cop. And so this is what happened. Like, somebody caught this and figured out. This is from RMF Cold. So shout them out. Wrestle Talk snipes it and goes, Rusev appeared to say my hand went numb during his match against Javon Evans during WWE Raw last night as he exited the ring for the referee to check on him. And so let's take a look.
Rusev misses wildly. Evans almost.
You could hear that connect. Rusev's like, oh shit. And he grabs the top of his head.
Yeah.
So typically too, when you get drilled on the top of your head and then it pushes down on your neck and then you pinch a nerve or some shit like that. I've done that to my shoulder.
Right.
Where I was fucking lifting weights and I pinched some shit in my neck and it like fucked up my right arm for like ever.
Yeah.
And it was so goddamn bad. Yeah. It's like the worst, and it goes away after a while, you know, but it was like the worst fucking week of my life.
Look at the intensity.
But also when you get spiked on the top of your head, I'm sure. Listen to that.
Tonight on Raw.
Yeah, one more time.
Tonight on Raw. A big win here tonight on Raw. Rusev wants a breather.
While he was, so it fucked him up clearly by the way he grabbed his head, but then he was trying to sell it, and he's like, no more. And then during that, his hand went fucking numb.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh shit. So he finishes the match, puts Javon over strong, rolls out of the ring, dips the fuck out to medical.
Right.
Because he was good enough to finish the match. So people saying, oh, he stormed out and all of this shit. That's not the fucking case. Man, he's earning his stripes, putting young guys over, like not earning stripes. He already has those, but earning stripes as like a vet who wants to be there and shit. For sure. You can tell by his actions and who he's put over. And dude, I don't. It's not because who he's wrestling. Trust me on that.
The other given is he says that to the ref. You know, the ref called back to fucking Grill or whatever to say he needs medical. So when the second he powders from the ring, they fucking have the spotlight on him so he can see his way to the back. If he was pissed off and just taking off, the spotlight wouldn't be guiding him to the back. Like they had that so he could get there as quick as possible.
No, you're right, dude. So we move along here because it is right before SummerSlam, and we are going to preview SummerSlam before we get into AEW news, folks. So night 1 and night 2. Looking at the card, we have 6 matches on both sides of things. Going into SummerSlam, I'm not like, oh my God, it's fucking SummerSlam this year. I got to be honest. But these are some big money matches, some of them with big names that I am looking forward to. I'm looking forward to a few of these. Some of them not so much, like, I could give a fuck about. And I want your initial thoughts just going into SummerSlam. What are your feelings going into it?
It's there. It exists. It's kind of complacent. I mean, I'm sure there will be some things that take me by surprise and be like, oh, that was decent. Like, I feel like the bar is extremely low.
So, for me,
there's like 4 matches that could just be TV matches that are just thrown onto this to fill time.
Yeah, so for me, night 1 looks kind of juicier on paper, but I would say that both of them look equally as exciting, I guess, as far as how they spread out the matches, just for what I'm marking out for. So night 1, Fatal Influence versus Nikki, Brie, and Paige, Team Bella. Now, your boy Phil locks his picks in the day of, but I will give some guesses, and I think the only right thing to do is Fatal Influence wins this 3-way. However, I do see the Team Bella getting the win on this, which causes a tag title shot for the Bellas versus Fatal Influence. What do you think?
I think Fatal Influence wins by Paige taking the pin, and then the Bellas turn on Paige afterwards. Actually, no. Forgive me, because when I was talking to Chris earlier today, that was my initial thought. But then I sat back and thought again, because he was like, well, the Bellas want to be baby faces, yada, yada. So the other thing that would actually be slightly interesting, because Fatal Influence is not as over as people want them to be, would be for Paige to turn on the Bellas and join Fatal Influence to give them some oomph.
Oh, I think people would get madder at that than you got at me earlier, than we got at each other, bro, earlier. What do you people are gonna get
just
so
because
mad.
JC Jane has go away heat. She doesn't have heel heat. They need Paige to get heel heat.
I think she has good heat. Why is it go away heat?
It's there's certain nuances you can tell with crowd reactions, and Fatal Influence has go away heat. They need Paige to be the heel for them, to be their mouthpiece, to be the cagey veteran.
I think without JC, people start like legit cheering on Henley and fucking Reed because people like them so much, and they're just like workhorse women. You know, they go out there and fucking, they put in work in those matches, dude. Either way, though, we have another 6-person tag. So instead of separating these, they're pulling an AEW, and there's a 6-man tag and a 6-woman tag. What do you think of that, dude? Should they have separated these, or like who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I would have put one on one night and one on the other.
So you have Fatu and the Usos taking on Keys Knight and Solo Sikoa, who's getting super over as a babyface, man. It's working. He's kind of a babyface for no real reason. He's a shithead to the bloodline. Like they should want to fuck him up for every reason, but now the bloodline sort of position is heels, so Solo just like de facto becomes a fucking heel. Or I mean a babyface, pardon me. When he was like healing, he changed really nothing about himself.
And I think that's temporary.
Well, the crowd's getting behind him. Who fucking knows? But what do you make of this team where the Cali boys taking on the bloodline? It's kind of thrown together for me. I don't really give a shit about this. I would think that you would have a bigger Usos tag title match or something. Like, they're the fucking Usos. The tag titles are meaningless, and you'd think Jacob Fatu would have he'd be in looming the world titles, like doing something, elevating the US title. They're fucking cowards and won't bring back the cruiserweight division, so that's just pretty much the US title is heavyweights, but it's for cruiserweights and mid guys who are on their way up, I guess. So I don't know. I just feel like it's SummerSlam. Jacob Fatu doesn't have something bigger to do than this, or the Usos.
It's because this is the midpoint to War Games. This is the midpoint of this feud, and I've been predicting this since the night after Mania. I said you're going to see a group of guys coming together to be the coalition to end the bloodline, who are going to act like baby faces at the beginning, but are going to turn out to be heels. This is your midpoint in it. LA Knight's going to flip heel. Royce Keys is better as a heel. And people are thinking just because Solo got some good one-liners and Solo's a babyface now. I believe that on this night, they're either going to win by going over dirty, or they're going to lose and then lose their shit and violently attack the bloodline to the point where the crowd starts booing them. This is going to keep leading in, because it's going to be these 3 guys and an additional 2 guys who come along between now and November that are going to be in the War Games match against the fucking bloodline.
Yeah, dude, you are right. It is just building up to that. Gunther versus Nick Aldis. Now, I'm excited to see this because I'm a Nick Aldis mark. I just have always liked the guy before he came, when he was Magnus even. I liked the guy. Mm-hmm. And I liked his run in the NWA, especially. Power was the shit when it was on YouTube every Monday. And Gunther's that dude. Now, this will, I believe, and then my pick for the 6-man, I don't even know who wins. I assume the bloodline will win. No? Am I off on that? You got to keep them up?
I think they win. I think they win, yeah.
So then Gunther and Aldis, I think right now going into it that Gunther's going to win, and then Aldis just goes back to being GM, and then Gunther gets to just kind of keep treating him like his bitch, and this is somewhat of a Aldis is retired from pro wrestling match for Aldis. What do you think? Does he get a win over Gunther? Then he keeps being a wrestler?
No. I Gunther goes over. I have no doubt about that. But I think this is the litmus test, because they realize that, Nick is 38 years old and they could get 5 years out of it. I think there has been interest. This is my second time talking about it today, so it's fresh in my head. But I think the point is, like, you see all this out there every week, and you see this really jacked guy in a suit, and it leaves that allure to the fans of, this guy's got a better physique than some of these guys in the ring. Why isn't this guy wrestling? Adam Pearce, you can tell that Adam's retired. Adam was never a really big jack guy, but Adam is, of a smaller stature. But Nick looks like a fucking wrestler. It's like back in the day when Vince was doing play-by-play and Vince was fucking jacked in a goddamn fucking suit. And you're just like, why is this jack guy sitting behind a desk? What I think this will be the catalyst of, it's a litmus test to see if there's enough of a crowd reaction for Nick Aldis. I think Gunther will go over. I think it's going to be a very close match. And then Nick Aldis is going to come out on SmackDown and be like, I was taken to the limit by Gunther and I got this close to beating him. And it made me realize how much I've missed this. And it made me, and that my place is in this ring, not being treated, not having my nuts snipped and getting treated like a bitch by everyone here. So I'm putting the roster on notice that I'm back in the ring.
I would love that. I would love that shit. If all this came back full-time wrestling, I would love it, dude.
I think this is going to be that transitional spot. And then he can go on to fucking try to face Gunther again or work his way through. There's a lot of things you can do with Nick Aldis as a wrestler. I agree. They could even touch on, depending on how things go with fucking Bloaty, they could have Aldis touch on, without mentioning the event, they could have him touch on the original All In and how he had to drop the NWA title to Dusty's Kid because he was the one putting on the show and had to get what he wanted. Like, there's a lot of things they could do with this.
Absolutely, dude. And I'm with that. I hope that happens. My worry is, like, what does WWE want? Are they like, nah, this is your one. He's
younger than a bunch of their other main eventers.
Oh, I know that. And I'm not saying he's washed. I know. Yeah. Someone was saying too, I saw a tweet where someone's like, Aldis is younger than, they listed like 5 wrestlers who were all at the top right now.
Yeah, that was me.
There you go. So, and it was like, dude, exactly, and age in WWE, people take care of themselves. Again, we've beat this to death. Like the whole, they're too old argument. It's like, I don't know, man. If you're 50 and can go and you're over, I don't give a fuck, really. If you're not, that being said, though, with all this, it's just like when he came into WWE, he wanted to wrestle. When he came in, he didn't, but he was open to, I'll produce, be a fucking GM, whatever. That's why he had that last little run in TNA where he wrestled a couple matches. But they didn't do it. But then I do know that Triple H wanted to have Aldis involved in like Gunther and Sheamus and Drew and all of that stuff in a physical way. Now, you fast forward and Triple H is down with it. Aldis is down with it. But we like, is the rest of the company like, yes, we're going to fucking let him be a wrestler. That's where my worry is. Cause why didn't they just let him be a wrestler like 2 years ago? Cause they needed a GM that bad, or
they didn't know if he had a proven track record, which is why this is going to be the litmus test. They're going to see how that gets over with the crowd.
So you think Gunther wins, but then Aldis goes, because they didn't do a stip like, you can't ever wrestle again.
Right.
If you don't win this match, Gunther hasn't said any shit like that. So.
Right, and the whole feud is predicated on Gunther being like, you couldn't hack it as a wrestler, and that's why you're a GM. So that's why Nick can be like, you think I couldn't hack it, but I took you to the damn limit.
Yes, dude, I love it, man. This is one of my most anticipated matches for SummerSlam, in my opinion. Look how much we're talking about it right now.
Yeah. Right.
Especially over those 6 women men's, but women's world title, Liv versus Io, Liv and Io going at it face to face, head to head. I don't know. There's not a lot of fucking heat on this match. I'm more interested in like Liv versus, it's just Io running out and beating up the Judgment Day girls. I'm more interested in like Liv versus Raquel down the line now that they both have titles rather, but that isn't even going to happen right away for all we know. Like that could happen in a while from now because everybody's still in the Judgment Day. Every pay-per-view, people think that the Judgment Day will implode again. They always change members. What do you think, man? Liv or Io gets the defense here? I think Liv just defends. Io could win it back. I don't know. I think Liv just defends because of shenanigans.
I don't see an instant implosion, but I think this is going to be the first domino in finally putting the Judgment Day to rest for a while because it has overstayed its welcome. What I believe is going to happen is Liv is going to drop the title because Roxanne's going to flip on Liv. Roxanne's going to say, fuck y'all. You all treated me like shit anyway. I'm out and I'm done. That will leave. So that will leave them standing there. And depending on what happens with another match going forward, what's going to happen is Liv is going to want to get the women's title back. It isn't going to be able to. Raquel's going to start overshadowing her as the women's Intercontinental Champion. Liv is going to start getting jealous of Raquel.
Belly, yeah.
And that's going to lead to Liv turning on Raquel and Raquel becoming a huge babyface. It's the Shawn and Diesel story.
Right. And that's the thing too. Raquel like literally is Diesel, big mommy cool.
Right.
And that's like when she came in, she would always like smile and flex her back. That's what Vince would have her do. And she was just, she's going to be pushed as a big baby face. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I'm convinced now. Io leaves with the belt and then Liv's like, it's all good. And then she just starts getting jealous of Raquel.
Right.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Hell in a Cell. Oba Femi versus Brock Schmesner. Brock Lesnar. Now, I thought, I don't know, did we watch Raw together? I don't remember.
Yeah,
JJ,
we did.
But I thought yeah. So I think we both thought that the weigh-in segment, they kind of botched it because there's no like Brock, if he doesn't step on the scale, then what? Like there's supposed to be a punishment, that's or whatever the fuck, like a fine. Right. That's why you do a scale. And then the cops all got beat up, the security by Oba again, and he's just like a free man. Like the first time people beat up security, I go, okay, I can wrap my head around it. Once you're just doing it every week, you can't just be like
almost
walking
killed
around.
That one dude.
Yeah, and like that can't just be not part of the story. And then the cage was there. I was hyped for it. I thought we were going to see like a big pull apart in the cell. Right. And then you're going to hear people going, raise the cell. Triple H is yelling at the fucking back, lift the cell, get security in here. And they're just throwing down in the ring before security can get in the cell because the refs are fumbling around with the fucking or whatever.
Right.
I don't know, man. And it would have made more sense because Oba was like, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Yeah. So it would have made sense if Brock kicked the show off. Brock goes in the cage and is like, this is my domain. And then Oba comes in second, closes the cage, locks it. And then that's why the security can't get in there. They're bumble fucking. Triple H is like, because they weren't ready for it to be locked. They thought they were doing a weigh-in gimmick, right? And then that's when they start brawling. It takes the security. They have to raise the cage, and then you get the visual of them brawling while the cage is being raised. Everybody piles in. Then they're both throwing security around. That would have been way fucking cooler. And then, I don't know, because it seems like Brock kind of one-upped Oba there a little bit. Or if Brock's going to lock Oba in the shit, then do it the way you did it. Oba rips the cage door off like Mark Henry and fucking chases at not chases him, but you know, Brock just kind of stares at, and then Oba doesn't chase him, but gives him the look, grabs the mic and goes, remember, you're locked in there with me. Like this fucking cage, you think this will do anything? Like I'll rip the fucking cage off, dude. And then Brock's all like, damn, this guy's serious. Something like that. This is just dumb and all over the place, in my opinion, the go home for it. But this match, nothing could make me. It's like fucking Batman versus Superman, dude. Like, oh, Batman's using guns in the Snyderverse. I don't give a fuck, dude. I just I want to see these two go head to head and do some super heavyweight shit. And I think, I think Brock Lesnar does the job for Oba, dude. What say you?
Brock's going over.
Ooh, you think he'll retire by going over on Oba and
he's not going to retire.
Well, here's the thing is that
he's waiting for that Saudi money next year, bro. He knows that's the big fucking paycheck.
Yeah, I think that's what'll like officially get him off.
Yeah, dude. No, he's gonna
coach again. Yeah,
Brock is like Spider-Man and Family Guy. Everybody gets one. Oba got his one on Brock. Now Brock says, "This is my house," and I don't like Brock, so this isn't me like being a Brock fanboy. I'm just saying Brock's gonna turn and be like, "What you expect? No, I already put this kid over once." And you expect me to do the job with them? I'm supposed to be undefeated in this match. You want me to do the job to him in Minnesota, where I fucking grew up? Are you serious right now?
Well,
like I can see this happening.
Apparently Brock is mentoring. So just like, you know, he was Undertaker.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Undertaker took to Brock, and Undertaker like did a lot to help put Brock over, and in Hell in a Cell matches, like he's 2-0 against Undertaker in Hell in a Cells, right? And so Undertaker took to Oba, and obviously he's still friends with Brock and shit, and Brock apparently is like mentoring and taking Oba like
that's
for what
not
it's
a good
worth
thing.
under his wing and shit.
That's
So
not a good thing.
I think Brock will do the honors for Oba. I just think
No.
that's how it goes down.
Brock mentoring anyone is a bad thing, because Brock's going to teach him how to big league the fuck out of everyone and give him a big head and make him think that, oh, this company can't survive without you. That's the kind of fucking notions that Brock Lesnar's going to put in this kid's head.
Yeah, it worries me a bit the way he like cucked Oba out a little bit, but then Oba still got the I'm going to beat up 800 bodyguards and stand tall. It made me go, fuck, man. Like, does Brock go over on him the way the babyface is standing tall here? I don't know. We'll see on the night of what I choose, but what I lock in. But
Brock,
as
when it
for
comes
now,
down to
I'm going
everything,
over.
Brock is a cunt. Brock is a cunt who thinks of himself.
So in the main event, we have CM Punk of night one. We have CM Punk versus Cody Rhodes. Again, I think as of right now, the build has been just like, oh, we're friends, but you hit me in the eye with your belt. But I don't know, man. This was the big match. This was the big fucking match for WWE to pull out and completely obliterate AEW with. You know what I mean? As far as like, we're going to run Punk and Rhodes against you guys head to head one night and just smash you guys to oblivion. But for whatever reason, it's at this SummerSlam, which maybe this was always their plan, and maybe this is just part one of many. And I think we'll see this match again with Rhodes as a full-blown heel. And I could also see Rhodes getting a fucking heel faction behind him with like Paige and Saints, or maybe even Keys or something like that down the line. He'll get some boys behind him, and he's going to fully snap heel. Now, does he do it at this show? I don't fucking know. Does Drew make a triumphant fucking comeback and get involved? I really don't know. But Drew is on SmackDown, and Punk is one of his most heated rivals. And Drew is looming. I don't know what his fucking movie schedule is like right now. He's been filming, is where he's been at with Russell Crowe and shit. Is it done right now? I don't know. But that being said, I could see what's going to happen is Rhodes is going to do some dirty shit. Whether he wins or not, he's going to do something that's like borderline heelish, but he's been doing that this whole fucking time. I know that for sure. If I'm booking, Punk is just retaining because he just came over to SmackDown. But are they looking at it like, well, Rhodes with the belt is more than Punk? Like, Punk is just over regardless. Like, if Punk has the belt or not, he's super over. The same eyeballs are going to tune in because he transcends. Rhodes is more like him with the belt feels familiar, and what maybe people tune in to see. Maybe I'm off on that, but I could see Rhodes like snaking it out somehow and turning heel. But I also feel like WWE's been milking it so long, they're not going to pull the trigger on heel Rhodes just yet. We're going to see more seeds sown, but it won't. So Punk right now, I think I'm leaning Punk defends is what my money's on, just logistically, as far as like creatively is concerned. I don't know about business wise, but what do you think?
I just don't fucking care. I could give a
That's
fuck
a
about
problem.
either of these guys.
Yeah,
I
that's
give
a problem,
About
dude.
either of them being the fucking champ. Like, they want to talk about like people not being elevated to the main event status. Fucking one or both of the fucking world titles have been held hostage by Cody and Punk for the last 2 fucking years. Like, yo, that main event picture has been these fucking guys at the top. And I know people can say, what about Roman? Roman's only been champ for 4 fucking months. Different story. This is just, I'm just tired of it, and I don't care who turns heel and who doesn't. Both of them should be fucking heels at this point, and neither one is. And it feels like both of them are sitting in the non-creative going, well, no, that doesn't work for me, brother. And we're going to end up getting some schmaz bullshit in this, where there's going to be like 14 run-ins because they're going to try to reenact WrestleMania 40 again, and it's not going to work. But it's going to be a bunch of mid-card guys that haven't gotten elevated that they're going to try to push for. These are the guys that we really want to get in the main event picture. It'll be like, or not even all mid-card guys, but it'll be like Drew, fucking Randy, and Damian Priest for some fucking reason are all going to interfere in this shit because they don't want either of these guys as champ.
Oh, I don't think. I think these two. I think what Rhodes wants is to have a match with Punk, like Punk and Roman. You know, like that was the show stealer.
And
At Mania, I think Punk wants to do that,
because
or Rhodes wants to do that with Punk.
Let's call a fucking spade a spade. The only people who want this match are Punk and Cody, so they can throw a fucking middle finger at Tony Khan. The general casual viewer doesn't give a fuck about these guys having worked in AEW or that AEW even fucking exists.
But have they brought up the AEW stuff that much? I know they have a little bit, but not like
they have a little bit, but they're the two that have been pushing for this fucking match. They're the ones that have been politicking for this, and they're like, well, it's got to happen at one of the big four. It needs to be in a stadium because we're stadium level fucking talents. Fuck that shit. They're stadium level talents that can't sell fucking stadium tickets. If they were that fucking over and they were the fucking figureheads of the fucking company, this match shouldn't have the belt involved with it.
I think that they should have announced it way before they did, and then they would have sold more tickets. And I think, especially with the story being, we're friends, but you accidentally hit my eye with your belt. Like, that's the most drama we've gotten out of this story. Yeah, they should have.
Fucking Punk going, I'm not going to job to Dusty's kid. Fuck off. We finally got. Look, can we get one fucking Cody feud that doesn't involve someone mentioning that he's Dusty's fucking son?
They should have just announced it a long time ago if this is the way they were going to go with the promos, like what you're saying, and with the we're friends and we're going to tag together. Because if you're taking that road, then it's like just announce it way in advance, because otherwise, like the whole point of not announcing it is because they know, first off, people get hurt and shit, but they know that they need to create the heat for it on television first. I'm assuming, right? Like creative's not quite there storyline wise. So we shouldn't announce this yet. That has to be. And also because of like the news cycle and people's attention spans becoming lower and lower and shit, that all has to factor into why they don't announce shit until last minute. A lot of the time in WWE, this is a problem. And I get it from the social media standpoint, but if this was going to be the story and this is the match they knew they were going with for a while, they should have just done Punk Cody beefing or not even beefing, but having this little friend fight for months.
Right.
Because I think casuals see their names and go, yes, I will watch this just because they're on the fucking show. And I think they're kind of banking on that, and it sort of backfired. I mean, they still have shitloads of people going to SummerSlam, like way more than the average historically.
Mm-hmm.
So night one compared to night two, just quickly looking at the card, are you more excited for night one or night two?
Probably night two, because there's only like one match I really want to see on night one.
So Penta is taking on Chad Gable for the IC in Minnesota, where Gable will get fucking crowned and finally beat Penta, who's been on a tear.
Yeah.
And this is his hometown or whatever. And I know that you were picking him aligning with Otis. They did that tag title match that you were looking for. They just did it on Raw. Or it was actually a non-title, but they did whatever. Right. If they won that match, then title eliminator is what Tone would do.
Right, basically.
But yeah, they just kind of got a beat down and more drama to that story and the Vision. It's odd that the Vision are like wrestling jobbers pretty much on fucking the SD Joneses of fucking Raw over there.
Well,
dude.
It's because they have no tag division on Raw right now.
I'll say this though, man, people care more about Otis and Tozawa than like the audience goes crazy for those guys, man. Every town they go to and they barely do shit. I mean, that's that kind of rules for them.
That's the brand.
Anyways, yeah, dude. But speaking of like Gable, who's cooling off, might I add, with the new theme and just him wrestling his ass off, like he's good. They're not going crazy for him though. Obviously, the El Grande gimmick's gone. But with this, they're going to go nuts for him in Minnesota. And then I just hope they can keep the momentum, because I feel like the last couple weeks, dude, I'm more interested in Otis and shit. I ain't going to lie. But Penta versus Gable. Penta, everybody loves Penta. I think Gable's going to get crowned on, like, I mean, why not? And especially, I'll tell you this right now too. If Brock goes over, then Gable's gotta fucking win as well in his hometown, right?
Right.
Or like the next night, right? It's like two, because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do 1-1. Like I'll tell you this: if Oba wins, then Gable for surely 1,000,000% wins. But if Brock wins, then I think then they're saving this for night 2 as like oh my god, the magic of night 2 type thing, because Minnesota's gonna go wild. Like, Oba's dope, but they're gonna love Brock there. He's from there too, so like they're gonna go fucking crazy for him that night too. So I think they're kind of trying to separate big hometown win moments. Maybe I'm off on that, I don't fucking know, but my pick is Gable wins. Who do you think? Pretty obvious. Gable.
Yeah, Gable goes over. I think they want to have Penta do some AAA stuff for a bit, and they know Penta's always going to be over, so having him drop the belt isn't going to hurt him. And it's it opens up for Gable to be the KG veteran champ who can work with, he can keep on working with Paige and work with Javon, and maybe they can elevate a couple other mid-card guys up to work with them, and and see if he can keep maintaining what he did with the redemption arc. I'm sure it'll be decent. And they can always revisit him and Penta a little down the line if they want.
Now, is it too much too quickly? Because I think they're just going to let those two go out there and have a fucking banger. I don't think it'll be super schmozzy. But I want to see something where Rey Fénix is taking a beat down, and then fucking Penta's music hits, and then he comes for the save, like the Dudley Boys, like they were separated on different shows. And then I want to see the Lucha Bros take those tag belts
and I
elevate the fuck out of those for like 6 months, and then Penta can go get the world title or whatever the fuck he's gonna. I think Penta will win at least the world heavyweight title in his run in WWE.
Possibly, but yeah, I see them testing the waters with a Lucha Brothers reunion in AAA, and then have them say, well, now we're going over to Raw because we want the tag belts there. Something like that.
Yeah, speaking of belts, man, the United States title, Trick Willie versus Baron Corbin. Now, I don't know, a lot of people are saying, dude, it should be Trick versus Mello, or Trick versus Mello and Saints, or a 4-way at least. Like, Corbin just comes in, skips the line because of a couple beatdowns. Now, this is a way better match as far as like a notch on Trick Willie's belt and for his legacy and to elevate him and shit. But like, I like Baron Corbin, so I'm looking forward to this. And I think Corbin lays down for Trick, unless like Corbin just came back in, he's going to take an L already. I think so. You can't just beat Trick. He just introduced his legacy belt and shit. If Corbin wins, though, I won't be surprised. But are you there with, there's a lot of people. Are you meeting people there online who are like, dude, Trick and Mello should be throwing down? Mello got robbed out of a fucking another big moment. He's been grinding on fucking SmackDown. He should be on this pay-per-view.
Yeah, this match could have been an email. This is one of the matches that I feel shouldn't be on the fucking pay-per-view. Like, this is a SmackDown match. But I think that they're taking that belt off of Trick. I think they're putting it on Corbin. I'm not saying I agree with it.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that's what they're going to do, because
I wouldn't be mad at it.
They've had this weird dichotomy where ever since Trick won the U.S. title, it was supposed to be the big double turn, but Trick's still been acting like a heel half the time. Why? Because he never really learned how to be a straight up babyface, and that's the fault of the training. And it's just, he keeps putting himself in heel situations week in and week out, and people don't know where the delineation is. So they can't get behind people like Mello because they're not sure if they should be cheering or not. So they're just going to be like, well, we're going to nip this in the bud. We're going to take the veteran who just came back, who's going to take the belt right off him and say, this is what it looks like when, you always say grown folk are talking. Here's what happens when grown folk show up, and let people chase Corbin for the U.S. title. And, maybe take Trick back a step or two, because I'm sorry, but Trick's done nothing to elevate that title since winning it at Mania. Like, he automatically, he's supposed to be a babyface, but he took away the open challenge. And so he just comes out and he cuts the same promo every week, and Yachty does a man, and it's tired. So they need to do something else. And that probably involves taking that belt off him. And that legacy belt was fucking ugly as shit. And I think that was their last ditch effort of, let's take the US belt and make it look like we skinned a Muppet, and put it on there and see if anyone buys them. And people are like, I ain't buying that shit. And even the one that he's got, like there's that fucking fur's falling off it every time he comes out. Like it's just, it was a Band-Aid.
Just a righteous hater.
It was a fucking Band-Aid on it. It's just he's done nothing to elevate the title. People were it's true, but people were happier when Mello was champ, when Ilya was champ, you know, when Sammy was champ the first time. Like they were, you know, they knew that they could, you know, turn on SmackDown and see a match for the US title that would be amazing, and you could get a surprise win out of nowhere, and it made something special on SmackDown. And then Trick took that all away, and he's supposed to be the babyface, but he took that all away. And I think people want to get back to it where there's a chase worth chasing for. And so that's why they're going to go with putting the belt on Corbin.
So Danhausen versus Dirty Dom. I honestly don't know. It may be too much if Danhausen gets the win. You got to heat up Dirty Dom. I think Dirty Dom's going to get a win. The build's been like, whatever. I mean, people want to complain about this and that. As far as like the storyline, did we see a segment where money exchanged hands? Oh, we did. We didn't. This is a fucking, this is a stupid story because so many different fucking reasons you've seen online, and Dom definitely has cooled off. The main thing people were complaining about was the Ryan Garcia thing. I know you've said as well, like it's laying all of this other stuff like in the wake, like it's just got all of these other backstories and shit. I don't think like as far as the Giant and like Cardona and Miz and all of this stuff, Kit Wilson, but I think that could all just be brought into this at some point.
It could be. I feel like this is going to be.
It's an on the pole match, though.
It's an on a pole match, which means you don't have to get pinned, which puts it in the wheelhouse of the comedy guy. And I think they're just going to use this to heat up fucking Dom and Grande Americano, and Americano is going to help Danhausen win it because they need to sell Triple Mania tickets.
Well, you know what they say about on a
you
pole match.
are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
But they're getting too comfy with Danhausen to where I swear to God, they're like, yeah, I know, on some Vince shit. We'll do it on a pole match and get it over. Yeah. And it's just stupid, man. It's so stupid. It's not like kids and if people want to go, well, it's for the kids. Well, not the on the pole match. That is not, you could do any match type with them and they'll laugh at it.
Right.
But yeah, this is to avoid getting anyone pinned, really. Right. And I think Danhausen gets the human monies. That's what I think. Finn Balor versus Sami Zayn for the world, not the world, pardon me. What the fuck am I talking
number
about?
one contendership.
Yeah, world heavyweight number one contender. Or there's a WWE title.
WWE title number one contender.
Yes, sorry. So Finn versus Sami for a WWE world title number one contendership. And I don't know, man. If Finn breaks out the demon, that'll be kind of cringe because there's no real reason to do it.
Yeah, that won't
happen.
Yeah.
And especially when you have wacky characters like Danhausen and Penta, it just sort of like lowers it if you just bring the demon out just because. I think they're going to go out and have a banger. Now, the winner of this gets to take on the winner of Punk and Rhodes, correct?
Supposedly, until they try to change their minds on that again.
So I really like this match as far as like quality. It's likely going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an amazing fucking match.
As far as fucking Sammy and all of like the surrounding story with Punk and Rhodes that he has existing, you go, maybe it makes more sense that he'll win and then this and that. But with Finn, it's like, I don't know, man, if Rhodes does turn heel, because you got to put that out there. Like if he actually does snap at this SummerSlam, Finn versus Rhodes as his first babyface challenger, and they can bring up all the fucking Bullet Club shit if they need to or whatever. That fucking works. And man, Finn's over too. He goes out there. I mean, he's not going to be around for much longer either. So do they see, like they've already gone to Punk and Finn. So are we going to get Finn and Punk? Are we going to get Sammy and Rhodes again? I don't think they're going to me. I'm sitting here looking at it going, maybe Finn and Rhodes is the most interesting outcome to come from that, or Finn and Punk again. I guess they're like Punk's 2-0 against them though. That's the problem, right? In their last,
right, but if they were, and I'm not saying they will, but if they were to flip Punk, it would be heel fucking Finn against heel. It would be babyface Finn against heel Punk, which has not happened.
If they flip Punk, that could be cool too.
Right. It's it's leaving up the questions because it's like, well, you could go the obvious route and just have Sammy do it because that's the treading water thing that they've been doing. But then again, maybe they're actually trying to put a fresh coat of paint on Finn and give him that fucking main event run that he's been that's been avoiding him all these years. So there's chances of it. If it were any year but 2026, I would be way more invested in this match. But I know that they're going to play it safe because everything between now and April is going to be playing it safe.
So Charlotte, Jade, Chelsea Green, and Tiffy are all in the 6 or 5 woman, ladder match. And is it still a mystery?
They're going to announce who the 5th one is on Friday. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be
Nia or like a returning Jordan Grace that everybody's been like.
It would be nice if it was Jordan, but I don't know.
Or what if it's like Kyrie who's all I'm coming back and shit, or like I'm going back. What if it's like who else could it be? I really don't know. And if they're going to announce on SmackDown, it might just be. I'm trying to think. Is anybody released that could pull a Corbin already and just come back and everyone's like, oh shit, they're back and they're
nobody's worth anything.
I'm trying to just think like Zelina with an X. No, I'm joking. I don't know. Is there any like
that would get that giant pop? That's what I'm saying.
Is there any like free agents out there we're not thinking of, or any like TNA girls where we're like, damn, that would be crazy?
No.
I
think they're gonna play the whole thing of Nia saying I got screwed twice, and so she like as a consolation prize she gets thrown in because they need someone to catch in that match, and that's what Nia's there for, is to catch people.
Yeah, man, that could make a lot of sense. Who are you picking for this? Some people are leaning Tiffy because it's like quote unquote her hometown, or like where she was trained, or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
It's gonna be Charlotte because they want to do Charlotte versus Jade, and they don't want to do and unfortunately it's the old out of touch booker mentality of this program needs a belt, so they're gonna put it on Charlotte because they're not gonna put it back on Jade because they've seen what happens when they put the belt on Jade and it's never anything good, so they're gonna put it back on Charlotte.
But wouldn't that be Charlotte versus Rhea is what they want to get to, because Rhea's the actual champion and has to come back with the belt.
They don't know how long Rhea's going to be out.
I know that, but whoever wins the interim isn't going to drop the interim to anybody else. Do you think? Like Charlotte will just reign until
right? Exactly.
You never know. Interim belts are fucking dumb shit. I don't even understand why they didn't just vacate it and crown a new champ and then.
Because they don't know the timeline. That's why. But yeah, I'm sure but this way they can do Charlotte versus Jade at whatever the next fucking PLE is. And it'll be, fucking, that she won't have to drop it, but they'll get the match out of it and it'll involve a fucking belt.
So for the main event, Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins, the battle of 2/3 of the Shield. Again, their promos, I'm not like a big Seth guy, never really have been, so it's like whatever. They're probably going to go out there and have a fucking banger.
Yeah.
But maybe like this is I think Roman's going to defend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is like a pat on the head for Seth, like give him a big fucking PLE main event one of these nights, because he is how do you say it? He's the Triple H of this era. Like, Triple H had Stone Cold and The Rock and The Undertaker, who were like the major A guys, and then if any of them got hurt or whatever, Triple H was then the guy, right? Like he could win the title, or like Jericho would sneak in there. Seth to me is in that category, and then you have like Roman, Rhodes, and Punk, who are all like the A+++ fucking top guys that you go to. And I just think Roman will defend, and we see he has a bunch of dates and he'll be at Money in the Bank. So one can only assume he's just going to continue to reign with the title and make his limited appearances. And Unless like Jacob Fatu just comes out and beats the shit out of him, and then Seth wins, and then Roman's like, okay, we're throwing down again, right? Like, what else is really? I don't think that'll happen either.
Yeah, no, I also, and I had to explain this to Chris earlier, because the whole thing with the bloodline that's going on is this is going to be one of the exclamation points on the story that's going on that people aren't noticing, because sometimes the story that you're with the story that's happening is what's happening that you're not seeing. And the thing that a lot of people haven't been seeing, that they haven't been paying attention to, and this goes back to the 6-man as well. The whole thing that keeps getting said is LA Knight and Solo saying, oh, it's the bloodline playing the numbers game, the bloodline playing the numbers game. Every time you see one, you see the other, blah, 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 blah. But then you look at it, and since Roman won this title, and even since the beginning of the year, everything that Roman has done up to winning the title and after winning and continuing to retain the title, he's done alone. Every time he has one of these fucking knockdown, what do you call it? When him and Jacob were going at it, like, and Jacob was laying him out, he wasn't calling the Usos out to help him. Now this shit's happened. Seth stomps him. You don't see the bloodline coming out to lay him out. These are the seeds that are being sown in the background of, this is a babyface bloodline. They're not here to play the numbers game. But what's going to happen is basically it's the art of the deception. Is the people who you think the babyfaces, the LA Knight, the Royce Keys, the Solo, and everything, are trying to tell you, yeah, no, they're the jerks. They're the ones that keep doing this. And then Roman's going to come out and say, how many times in the past 6 months has my family come out to help me when I've gotten laid out? 0. How many matches have I won on my own without my without my family helping me? Every single one. And that's going to be the aha moment.
Fuck yeah. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was the SummerSlam preview show. I will be live both nights for SummerSlam right here. Make sure you stay locked in. Okay, guys, we got to talk about some AEW shit. And there's not as much as it was in WWE news. Thank God. I don't think Tone went live. And if he did, we'll just make fun of him during SummerSlam or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it is time for Phil Marks bookmarks. And we got it pulled up here. And it is time for Ichi Nissan dying all together now. Nissan da. Because the best guy is Tony Khan. And
the best guy is Tony Khan.
So Ricochet ripped Eric Bischoff. Just like Ricochet's booty hole, Bischoff got ripped up for claiming Dixie Carter is a better booker than Tony Khan. And this is according to Ringside News, okay? So we all know here at PWT that Tony Khan is the best guy. And Ricochet was like, yeah, Bischoff really is an idiot. Damn. And then he says, Bischoff had to say, that's why I think she's a better booker than Tony Khan, because she recognized what her weaknesses were. Whereas Tony thinks he's a good booker and clearly is not. Tony Khan doesn't know what he doesn't know. And like, dude, I don't think that makes him it makes him more, okay, maybe Dixie Carter was more aware, self-aware or something, but that doesn't mean good booker though, just because your weakness is booking, but then you hire fucking idiots to do the booking and they do a bunch of dumb shit. That would still mean they're bad at booking. Right. And so, yeah, Bischoff just said AEW's issue is not a talent issue. It's a Tony Khan issue. And then Ricochet was like, so Bischoff really is an idiot. Damn. Who do you think was a better booker, JJ Dixie or Bischoff?
I mean, they're both
or Tony Khan.
No, I was gonna say Bischoff above Dixie and Tony Khan.
Yes,
but yeah, no, it's I see the point Eric was trying to make, and it's I'm not a fan of either person booking, but at least Dixie had a creative team there who would steer her in whatever direction, who she would listen to. That was a good thing and a bad thing, because while she would be able to listen to Cornette and listen to Dutch, she also listened to Russo and Jarrett, but still, at least she listened to the people there in creative. Tony just thinks he is the end all be all and knows everything. And that is why, yeah, I got to agree with Bischoff that Dixie was the better booker, because Dixie at least listened to other people.
All I know is they're the bottom 1 and 2. So who cares? Who gives a fuck what you
right.
you
It's
know?
What do you call it? Giant douche and a turd sandwich.
Exactly. Like, who really cares which one is the shittier one? That being said, though, a lot of people bring up Herb Abrams, and I think if he had infinite money like Tone, I think he would still no longer be with us, but I think he would have been able to book better. He would definitely still not be with us, RIP, but he would Herb Abrams
brought in at least Herb Abrams brought in territory guys who were over during a time where they were still relatively over.
Yeah. So we move along, and in other roster news, and not even roster news, but just Tone being a goof and people who are no longer with us. Tony Khan says he'd gladly trade all the things he's learned in AEW to still have Jay Briscoe here with us. Let's take a listen.
I think AEW's grown a lot. It's changed a lot. And I have changed a lot. And those experiences have been formative.
It's so funny how we're all right. Like, Tone realized he shouldn't have taken shots at WWE and all that shit. It just carried so much bad favor.
Even
with the fans.
Losing Jay, and I would gladly trade all the things I've learned to have Jay here, but I learned a lot after that.
Okay, but you wouldn't trade like your ass going to bat for him on TNT or TBS, dude?
That was all bullshit.
You're so, I know it is, but that's just, it's how he treats the people like idiots. It's like, bro, you're so valuable to WBD and all this shit. That they told you, no, you can't put this guy in your show, and you didn't go, you know what, it's live TV, fuck it. He's just going out there and he's going to cut a promo, and he's going to get such a fan reception that fucking it's going to look so well. And then I'm going to go to the executives and go, look, you want to fucking pull the fucking plug then, bud. But look at that reception online, and look at how look at the live audience and all of that. Tone could do that if he wants to. But he ain't about it, man. He don't give a fuck about none of. He never gave a fuck about any of that. So
he hid behind that fucking story.
He did. He lied about all.
There was never this mythical Warner Brothers executive that said we don't want the Briscoes on TV.
No, he cowered out because he calls the shots. Like, and that's the thing with Tone. He answers to nobody. He only answers to himself. Blah blah blah. Exactly. He cowered it out, and he could have if he wanted to, and he just blames it on executives. He blamed the Trey Miguel thing on executives. Really, it's his fucking call. And he's like, oh, I'd do anything to have Jay Briscoe back. No, you fucking wouldn't, bro. You didn't even go to bat for him then. And after he passed, you see the outpour of support. And it would have been that way had you put him on TV. Back then, people would have.
And then
dude, Jay fuck rules.
And then you took a guy like Mark Briscoe, and you could have given him this giant fucking redemption arc, and you could have made him your world champion inside of 2 months. And you fucking didn't. You kept him as a joke and had him doing fucking garbage matches.
And he only did it for the reason we know why, and good on it. I'm glad he did it for Briscoe. I'm glad he pushed him and everything, but he only did that for Mark because Jay passed. Otherwise he would have never. And meanwhile, there's a
Jay
bunch
and Mark
of people,
would still be in fucking Ring of Honor if they were still alive.
And meanwhile, there's a bunch of wrestling fans who go, either of those guys you could push as singles too. So it's not like he couldn't have pushed Mark Briscoe regardless. So he's just full of shit, Tone, and it is what it is, man.
And I probably changed
Carney's gonna fucking Carney.
That experience of losing a friend.
And he's not even a real Carney. He's like a fucking internet wrestling fan Carney.
And somebody that I wish I could have gotten to know even better, that I was really bonding with and really clicking with, and I think was one of the best wrestlers I ever worked with, and I only got
he is lying through his fucking teeth.
Last time I saw him, and then I never saw him again. And I think
the fact that he had to close his eyes, look down, and then his eyes were bugging back and forth, that was lies.
It stresses me out, man. In other, this is sort of this is a happy thing that AEW is doing, but it's unfortunate what's going on with Rebel. And I always fucking have loved Rebel. I thought her and Britt Baker were always good together. I always had such a big crush on Rebel as well. Just throwing it out there for many years, but ALS, she came down with it, and it is serious. And the Ice Bucket Challenge has been brought back, which is kind of cool. And it's good AEW's doing this. AEW's doing a show called Rebel Heart, just announced. in Athens, Georgia. And the special Dynamite TV special will be dedicated to Rebel and honoring her, who was diagnosed with ALS. And hopefully Tone makes a hefty contribution and donates all the proceeds towards ALS research and all of that. No?
Here's hoping, and this is nothing against Rebel or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
But I would just like to point out that there is another semi well-known indie talent who is suffering from ALS, who had a benefit show there was a benefit show for him some months back, and there were some AEW talents who were brought in on loan for the show because they supported him, and nothing was mentioned nor donated by Tony Khan on that front, and that family is still struggling right now.
What do you think of the name? This Rebel Heart.
Oh, that was literally this is the problem is Tony could just be doing something nice, but he has to take a jab. That's childish.
You think it has something to do with Gargano, or?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact is, see, I've got Ciampa and look what I've done with them, and you're planking on TV, and John's like, yeah, I'm making money to not bump. Fuck you.
I hope it does. I hope it has nothing to do with that, and it's truly just something good in Tone's heart, you know. But it's hard when he says shit like that about Jay Briscoe, and it's like, but you're lying, bro. Like, anyway. So speaking of Tone and Tone being put over by people, Rhino will be appearing at the taping here. I think tonight he was there, and ICP were there as well. Some Detroit natives.
Yeah, ICP were sitting in the crowd.
So Rhino was at the taping. So are they taping Collision, and then they're
taping's airing tomorrow? What do you call it? Collision's airing tomorrow night.
Right. So they're taping it tonight and then airing it tomorrow. They're not like going live tomorrow. Okay. So Rhino, I assume, will have a match or a run out and gore somebody, and I'm sure ICP will be on Collision or something as well, in some capacity. Then if they're just there chilling, and then
they were just in the crowd.
Rhino was like putting over Tony Khan and shit. And it's so funny because the Observer had like this lengthy write-up, and here's a graphic with an article. Rhino praises Tony Khan because he's such a good guy and blah, 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 blah. So just out of curiosity, and I don't do this often, I looked at Observer's, I just typed in the word praises, right? And then I looked at their latest tweets. And then one of their recent ones, I just wanted to compare it in general to WWE, like, has Triple H been praised and shit? Literally, their latest headline was Roderick Strong praises Triple H and Shawn Michaels, period. That was it, dude. It's just like a shitty link to the article. When Rhino's glazing Tone, which is fine. He's just putting him over because he gives him money, and Rhino's a politician in Michigan and whatnot. So he's just whatever. I get he's doing his thing. Shout out fucking Rhino, dude. He fucking rules. But you know, you just see how the dirt sheets react to these things, and it's super funny, man. It's like, come on, dude, you couldn't be more like, if you're not in Tone's pocket, it's fucking humiliating the way that you shill. And so Tony Khan invited ICP to Dynamite in Detroit, and the ICP pulled up, and they were there, Shaggy, Too Dope, and Violent J. And they were there, dude. What do you think? Like JCW and AEW going to work together a little bit? Or do you think this is just Tone going, come on my show?
This is Tone trying to get some good fucking will. That's all it is. It's because I guarantee this was probably set in motion when he was talking to fucking Russo. And this was Russo. What do you call it?
I invented the insane clown posse. Dude, these marks should not be anywhere near the pro. Violent J, or which one is it? Shaggy, Too Dope, you have not even appeared on my show, bro. I invented Juggalo Championship Wrestling, bro. So, yeah, dude, I don't know, man. We will see if ICP have a match or something. I doubt Tone would even do that. I can't wait.
Jay can't work matches anymore.
Okay, that makes sense. And I love what Violent J's doing, by the way. I just really want to shout him out because he does love wrestling, and he is putting his effort and money, and he does things, man, that people don't talk about. Like, he gives money to one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Is called Napoleon Blown Apart, who just makes phenomenal mixed martial arts documentaries and talks about pro wrestling here and there. And Violent J, I believe it's Napoleon Blown Apart, has has given him money to fucking to just support him without even asking for anything. Like, he's like, dude, I love your work. Here's fucking $200 or what. I don't know how much he's throwing, but he finds like content creators and shit that he likes, and he throws them a bone, and he supports people on like Patreons and shit.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean, dude? He'll like support people's Patreons and shit. Like, and especially when they promote like combat sports and just shit. He likes wrestling and like wrestling YouTubers and shit. So shout him out and like what he's done with JCW, and I ain't mad at him. They've been in every Fed. People talk about, this guy wrestled for every Fed. Dude, ICP's been in every Fed there fucking is, from the bottom to the top, dude. They've appeared. So this is just par for the course, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm glad they got a little bit of exposure here, but I doubt, like Tony said something like, make sure you do it into JCW lunacy. I guarantee he doesn't say that. Like,
I would love to find, can we just look up like Tony Khan AEW Dynamite? Like, do you think there's a promo? Like, do you think fans caught them on camera? Yes. So here, let's take a look. Again, one of the most disgusting promotional tactics in the history of pro wrestling is Tony Khan telling the Detroit crowd he wants a pay-per-view at Little Caesars Arena.
Oh my God.
In case you're not here tomorrow, yes, I want to bring a pay-per-view to Detroit.
He does this every fucking town.
I know, dude. And it's just like, okay, so
and like, dude, you're in a Mason's lodge and you couldn't sell it out, but you want to bring a pay-per-view here.
My dad knows the Rothschilds. The Freemasons, they go to secret meetings in Bohemian Grove.
Bro, I have sold out Mason's lodges, so I am a better promoter than Tony Khan officially.
Little Caesars on a Wednesday. It's pretty tough to get it on a weekend. I've been trying for a few years. I think if we all chase him down together, what do you think? Would you like to see an AEW pay-per-view?
Someone in chat saying that Collision is live tomorrow. So did they not tape? I wonder what they taped, man. It has to be Collision. I doubt. Double check if that shit's live, chat. I don't think it is.
I would love to do it, and I want to make it happen. It's one of my top cities. Detroit, you're some of the greatest fans in the world. And
one of my favorite songs, Detroit, Rock City. Well, I guess when it comes to Kiss, right? We were talking about Gene Simmons earlier.
I'm very grateful to all of you. You've been so great. Is there anybody who was at the first Blood and Guts? Yeah!
When he goes, first I drink and then I smoke. That's my favorite show. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, he's like, do you guys want a pay-per-view? And they're like, yeah. So I don't know. Yeah.
I'm looking at WrestleTix's fucking feed right now. There is no fucking listing for tickets being sold for Collision at that venue or anywhere in Detroit tomorrow. It was literally for just tonight. So they're saying it's live. It's pre-taped.
Remember when Eminem said to ICP, claim in Detroit and y'all live 20 miles away or whatever the fuck he said? Remember when they had beef?
Oh, I was in the thick of that shit back in the day, bro. And he got pissed because ICP were calling him out on real shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny, man. It was funny how they were just.
That's why fucking what was it? The second diss track they did on him,
Slim Anus.
No, Slim Anus was the first diss track. The second diss track, which I think was called Eminem What a Bitch. Like they literally did it where because they fucking talked about how like fucking he used to go around passing out flyers to his shows, and on the bottom of the flyer he would put Insane Clown Posse might show up. Because he couldn't sell on his own. So he would put that ICP and Twisted might show up on the show.
Yeah. Fucking Twisted, and now ICP and Twisted just fucking hate each other. Dude.
So there's a long thing with that.
I know. I've watched videos on it, bro. I love
they're at professional odds, but it's not as serious as people say. I just saw Twisted in concert a couple months ago, and they did tracks where it was collaboration tracks like Dark Lotus tracks and shit like that. And what would happen was when they would come time for the ICP part on the track, the lights would just go off on the stage and like the ICP logo would flash on the LED and their part would play. So it's not like they're, it's not as bad as people try to put it. Just like people are like, oh, they hate each other. And if you wear an ICP shirt at a Twisted show, you're going to get fucked up. No, none of that's true. None of it.
Yeah. I was watching a video though, where Violent J was like, He's like, yeah, we'll never fucking hate. Like, if we see someone with a Twisted shirt, we're like, dude, it's all love. Like, we whatever. But I seen him flat out be like, fuck those guys, though. And it's like, oh,
it's a big money issue, but eventually everything they're eventually, I guarantee you, within the next 5 years, they're going to be like, we're all getting too old for this shit.
Yeah.
We all fucking,
they're already too old for that shit, dude.
Right?
They're
Exactly. They're like, let's just fucking it's like both of us, we ain't got a lot of touring time left in us. Let's just fucking be friends again. Like, I don't see, it's not that serious.
So speaking of like not a lot of time left, Tone likes to push it to the limit, a half-hour overrun, and then he ended up doing an overrun on the pay-per-view to where he's like, I'm going to start it an hour early, but then he just let it go an hour longer. And this was him at the press conference, and Meltzer said, post PSA, you don't have to do the clapping, you're working media. And then the clapping intensifies. So let's take a listen to these Mark-ass J-Brone fucking media members.
And I was talking to Ray after the show. He said he hadn't thrown that kick in almost 40 years, and he had such a great time. And
still got it.
Yeah, he did. It was great. So thank you for asking. And I love being able to honor the history of professional wrestling here in AEW anytime we can do that. Thank you. Oh, you don't have to do that. You never have to clap. You guys don't have to do the clap. You guys are the working media. You don't have to do that. No.
Oh my God, bro, it's worse than I imagined it would be.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
He goes, no, you don't have to do that. But he really wants them to keep clapping. And then some fucking person in the back, keep clapping, clap even harder. Brava, brava. He told us don't clap. We shall clap harder. That's the Marcus shit ever. Okay. And yes, in UFC, let's say they do a post press conference. The media, sometimes you clap for he won the world title. Let's give him a round of applause after he answers our questions, whatever. They'll do that for a sports team or like LeBron or something. That's okay. But it's the fact that he's like, stop doing that. Don't clap, like he achieved some great magical thing, the worst pay-per-view in AEW's history.
Right.
It's not like he's going out there like, yeah, and we broke a world record. They're just clapping so hard.
Being able to honor the history of professional wrestling here in AEW anytime we can do that. Thank you. Oh, you don't have to do that. You never have to clap.
Like he was literally waiting for them. He was looking at them like, please clap.
No, it's not your working media. You're doing a great job. Thank you. I respect what you do. Thank you. And please,
they're clapping for him. They're clapping because Ray Rougeau threw a fucking kick in the ring and had a cool segment, the best segment of the show. Fuck you.
I'll keep answering your questions. God bless you.
The media stinks, dude. They are just such crackheads. And Renee Paquette, like, what are you doing?
Right.
So speaking of the media, dude, and having a stranglehold, everybody was melting down about WWE Radio. And this is a different form of that, but it's like, dude, they're starting my AEW. Like, you guys all want the network back, but you're mad that they have a radio network. Like, how does this make any sense? Like, nobody can keep the same energy on anything. And Tony Khan gave an update at this media scrum for Redemption on the AEW podcast network, which they announced. There's a logo and a graphic and everything. They didn't like announce it, but it's just something that people are anticipating will happen. And I think they've been teasing for a minute, but there's no work done on it. And Tone's abandoning this. All the pods will just go on fucking my AEW now. Guys, if there's any pods, there's going on my
That
AEW.
is such a fucking clip art fucking logo.
Yeah, hopefully the AEW didn't make this, but if they did, I mean, yeah.
They got someone on Fiverr to do that shit.
But he gives an update, and JD from NY is like, oh, I don't understand why everyone's doing this and shit. It's like, because they just want, AEW doesn't talk about WWE either anymore. They want to talk about their own shit, and good. There should be a WWE podcast network and an AEW podcast network, or good. Like, all the sports do it. Each team could have their own fucking network, for Christ's sakes. Like, who cares? But, Tone goes, we've been working on it. We're still planning the AEW podcast network with our friends. And this was trending harder than anything at Redemption. The next day, I wake up and there's more headlines about the AEW podcast network, and the trends are trending AEW podcast network more than anything that happened on the show. That's how you know it was a bad show. And he goes, and it's because it's non-existent. And Tone goes, so that's been in the works for quite a while and still in the works. It's going to be a very good. I'm looking forward to the AEW podcast network, because we've been planning it for a while. That's going to be excellent. And it's like, all right, bro. So this is going to be a thing, and I expect people to melt down and JD to melt down the way he did over WWE Radio, right? Even though this is more of a who gives a fuck with a podcast network, because everybody can have their own YouTube channel and podcast network.
Right. Podcasting is free. Like,
yeah, fucking
it's having a, like, if you were announcing a podcast network in 2009, maybe, like, but nobody cares. Like, we live in a day and age, like, how, like, there's thousands upon thousands of wrestling podcasts. Like, it doesn't matter if you have your own network or not.
I know, it's so nutty.
Because what was that channel that Conrad had a few years ago where you literally had to pay to fucking listen to the podcast on it? And it was the one that, like, it was where, like,
adfreeshows.com.
Adfreeshows.com, right? Exactly. Like, that was a fucking work and a half.
Well, the thing is too, is that all of these podcast, quote unquote, networks, like, everybody tried to start networks and it just fails. Like, you have to just do your thing and then collab with people and stuff. Like, all of these networks don't really work. And especially not in wrestling, it just hasn't worked out for people. So there's no point in doing that. It's like an old passe thing. And so that's why you just get a radio channel or whatever. So that's why Tone isn't ever going to do this. And also WWE's radio channel is different, by the way. It's like a radio channel on Sirius, but everything's just podcasting and streaming now. Everything's about fucking owning IP and then owning all of your own content for trickle down that you can repackage and repurpose and fucking and streaming. We have 100 hours of this, so you can do a 24-hour stream on your channel and blah blah blah. That's all it fucking is, man. Even bands are starting to do it now.
Right.
They have their own YouTube channel where it just plays 24/7 Michael Jackson. Like, you see, like, Metallica has their own now. Like, they're all on board with this, and I've been talking about this shit forever, and this is what I'm talking about. And there's a reason why even JD, he's the biggest guy in this space, one of them, he always is talking about, like, retention rate and stuff. That's just the way of the future for fucking everything. It's about what you own and what you create that's original. People want more original shit now. For a while it was all member berries, but speaking of being an unoriginal fucking hack douchebag, I don't know why that's the transition. Daniel Garcia, he got fined by AEW. So AEW allegedly fined Garcia after a phone smacking incident. And Garcia also got popped in the mouth, and he has a match they announced, I guess, against Ospreay on Collision.
Yeah.
Is what they're taping tonight or whatever the fuck. So this person said, "Hi, I am the individual who yelled at Daniel Garcia for hitting my phone. The first guy got a DM followed by a phone call from AEW today, and they have fined him 10 grand as well as offered me tickets to the next show in my area."
Okay.
Oh my God, dude.
So
what are your thoughts?
I'm pretty sure they just told him he got fined.
They worked him.
They worked him. Yeah. Like, here's free tickets to, so okay.
Wrestling's not fake!
You get a pair of free tickets the next time they're in Montreal. So have fun at that Collision taping. Like,
oh man, it's just so shitty to slap someone's phone out of their hands, and Tone didn't enforce the fucking fine.
Right.
And then he tried to babyface everyone by having and then he tried to babyface everyone by having Ospreay smack Garcia in the fucking mouth on Dynamite or whatever.
Right.
Oh my God, dude. So here's the footage of it. And I went off on Memba Monday.
Yep.
Because Garcia's just a little bitch, dude. And there's a lot of people who are like, man, Punk was being a bitch for what he did. Now, here's the thing. I agree. The people Punk, and I said this, the people Punk was bowing up to, it's like, bro, you don't need to. These are like, I don't know, man. Because Punk also, like, at the airport, that is true. He, like, slapped some dude who, like, I don't think English was his first language. Yeah. And the phone call was released. He's been slapping phones out of hands, and he shouldn't do that. Right. That's like, especially the guy in the fucking airport who seemingly couldn't even speak English. Like, Punk, dude, what are you doing? The guy in front of the hotel. Now, here's where I go. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for doing this to this guy, but it's like middle-aged guys. He's just trying to fucking bow up on people he could beat the shit out of or whatever. Whereas Garcia's slapping, like, these are fans at an event. who are not like invading your personal space. So let's say at the hotel, the guy who was filming Bailey and AJ Lee, I think were hugging, and they were like, "Can you please like give us space?" Like the girls said that to him, and then he walks up to them. I don't care if you're at a public pool or a beach or a park. If you're filming two ladies, and I don't care if they're celebrities, I don't care if you know them, I don't care what it is, and they go, "Hey, can you please like back up? We're fucking." And then he like purposefully walks up and gets further in there fucking like filming them. Yeah. Like if someone slaps your phone out of your fucking hand, you have that coming. And Bailey swatted at the guy first. So who knows what Punk saw, but he ran up and is like, yeah, get out of here, asshole, or whatever. But yeah, he shouldn't have slapped the guy's phone at the fucking airport. Like I keep the same energy. This is 10 times worse though, in my opinion, because these are just people at a fucking show. Like whether they are booing you or not, if you rip someone's sign, okay, it costs you $5 to $10 to make a fucking sign. Someone's phone, dude, like you don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's just fucking douchebag shit. Flat out, it's not good healing. Garcia's a little bitch. He does a dick wiggle gimmick, and then he runs and hides behind security. At least when Punk was doing it, he's like, what? You know, like, what are you going to do? Garcia runs and hides behind people, and then he slaps a second guy's phone. It's not as though Punk slapped a dude's phone out of his hand and then walked up to the other people who actually were giving them their space and then slapped their hands or phone out of their hands too. Garcia slaps a dude's phone. The security crowds him. He just turns around and another guy's just standing there and Garcia slaps his fucking. Did they find him another 10 grand? Did that guy get a DM too? I'd love to fucking know. Let's take a look at the video. And the second guy's like, what are you doing, bro? And this guy's like trying to get at Garcia. He wants to fight him. And people are like, heel heat. No, bro. No, because if fucking, you know, if Brock walked up and slapped your phone out of your hand, you'd fucking sue him, dude. Someone would sue him. So you cannot do this. This is so stupid. And I'd be that guy. Like the fact this guy in the crowd is not afraid of this little bitch right here, like that, it's like bully tactic. And then I hide behind 10 people shit. It's just pussy shit, in my opinion. It just irks me the wrong way when people do stuff like this. The same way, by the way, it does when Punk slaps foreigners who see him at a fucking airport, especially. Imagine you fly in from fucking wherever you're from, Taiwan or some shit. You're like, oh my God, CM Punk, he slaps your fucking phone out of your hand. Like, that is crazy. And then what's Garcia doing? Like chirping at the second guy whose phone he slapped, chirping at him? Like, what a douchebag. He was the guy who's not even trying shit. Who do you think wins in a fight? This angry fan or Garcia?
The angry fan.
I think Garcia knows the answer to that, and that's why he's behind 10 security talking shit behind a barricade. Okay, so look. So hold on a second. Did he slap 3 phones?
Yeah.
This guy's trying to kill him. He slapped the blue phone. I think people don't
and
realize.
Then he slaps the dude that's fucking leaning over the fucking barricade just trying to get video.
Dude, he slapped 3 phones too. What a puss, man. Yep. And that's like an old man too.
Right. And this goes back to, I want to bring up something that a lot of people may have not been aware of or like just decided to forget about. But what was it? Maybe 3 years ago, when PWG was still running, when they would only do like the big show, like around Mania weekend or whatever. They ran, they were PWG. Garcia was the PWG champion at the time. And they were at that big ass fucking theater in LA. So tickets were insanely fucking expensive. It was like not like an arena like this. It was like not an amphitheater, but like an indoor, like artsy theater. But Garcia comes to the ring and there was no seats. It's all standing room on the floor. so fans can go wherever. And there was one fan who was standing near the barricade, near the ring, because there were no barricades. And he put his hand up, like just waving his hand, and Garcia's on the apron and he kicked the fucking dude's hand away. He has a fucking habit of doing this shit. And when he did it, people were like, oh, that was just him being a heel. Oh, that fan's a fucking asshole. He's always talking shit to the wrestlers. Fans are allowed to talk shit to the wrestlers.
That's the whole
They
point.
to do it. And
Yeah,
I was
that's
like,
the
and I
whole
said,
point.
this kid's a piece of shit and he needs to be fucking reprimanded. And here it is 3 fucking years later, and he's still doing the same goddamn shit.
Fuck beings, man. Well, I'm glad he got fined. And then to put the cap on everything here for redemption in AEW news, Lance Storm and Brian Alvarez, they had this to say about redemption and match length and all of this. And Brian, we're actually going to talk about it tomorrow. He requested that some shit get edited out of the live broadcast of him shitting all over AEW lately, because he's like, I don't want people to think that all I do is shit all over AEW. Because even he's figuring it out, man. Like the sickos, they're fucking just sickos, and it is what it is. But here's Lance Storm saying something very sensible, very fucking based about AEW. And so let's get it.
You have a point here about match lengths.
You have a point here, Brian. It's everybody's point. Everybody's had this point, and now you're using Lance Storm because he's a legitimate pro wrestler that everybody respects to get this point across for you. And hopes this is why it's cuck shit though, because Brian hopes that Dave hears this. He's doing this in hopes. I hope Dave is listening. I know he is, because this needs to be explained to him, and I can't keep trying to argue with this guy. It's
a good point.
Yeah, I just always find it funny when I hear the constant, you need time, you need 30, you need 20. ECW One Night Stand, Chris Jericho and I opened that show. And I still, to this day, 21 years later, get praise for how awesome they thought it was. And they thought it was one of the best pay-per-view openers they've seen. And it's like, oh, that match was so great. I think we were a smidgen over 7 minutes.
Yep.
And yeah, me personally,
and I've told that story.
Chris personally would have liked to have another 10, but it was a show. We were the opener, and we went fast. We were exciting, and we got it out in between 7 and 8. I don't know the exact.
Yeah,
match.
they even had a schmoz too. I'm pretty sure Incredible ran in and hit.
Yeah, because I told you what the match was supposed to be originally, and they had to book that match on the fly. It
on
was
Patreon. JJ tells stories like this a bunch. So patreon.com/pro-wrestle-times.
The match was supposed to be Jericho and Lance as the what do you call it? It was supposed to be fucking the Impact players against Doring and Roadkill. But what happened was Jason Knight was fucking drunk off his ass and making an ass out of himself in the back, and they couldn't go over things. So they 86'd the match, and they just turned it into Lance versus Jericho on the fly. And they just did the schmaz finish with Credible and fucking Franny and fucking Jason coming out at the end.
So yeah, Lance Storm making a good point here.
But 7 minutes ish. And people liked it. It's like we got the crowd excited and left them wanting more because there was more. And I think there's something to be said for that. That if your opener is too long, it's like, again, if you want everyone to be your top guy, you don't have any top guys. If you want every match to...
So I've said this exact same thing, and people who sweep for the Observer have come into my fucking comments and gone, this guy's, you're not serious. Because I said once, if every match is 4 or 5 stars, then no match is 4 or 5 stars.
And if you can't get over in 5 minutes, you're not going to get over in 50.
Yeah, so here's Lance Storm saying exactly what the fuck I say on Observer Radio, F4W, whatever the fuck, same shit.
Yep.
It's like, again, if you want everyone to be your top guy, you don't have any top guys. If you want every match to be epic, nothing stands out as epic.
Nothing's epic.
Right.
Dude.
And the opener can just be wake them up, make them happy, and move on. And yeah, everybody wants to have their epic match, but it's like not everybody does. I also use a movie analogy because I'm a big fan of the movie The Road Warrior. It's like they saved the epic car chase thing for the end.
Right.
If every car chase in the entire movie was as epic as the one at the end, the movie would have sucked.
Yep.
Yeah, he's right. And some people, I've heard people be like, oh, John Wick and shit. But it's like, dude, there's so much John Wick lore and storytelling. And there's even shows about it and stuff. Like, no, John Wick movie doesn't just start and it's just killing and shit. It starts and there's like a bunch of lore. Then he goes on a rampage. And then you're like, and then come movie 2, 3, 4, you're able to be like, yeah, I don't need to. I know who John Wick is. I know this world. Let him go off, you know? So Lance Storm is fucking base. That was Trying Brian. Sitting there taking it on the chin. Well, actually, you know, he was encouraging it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. And the best guy is Steamboat Tony Khan. Tony Khan. He is the best guy. Steamboat Tony. Steamboat Tony. They need to bring back the House of Mouths. Ladies and gentlemen, that was PWT live show this evening. Thank you all, over 300, for being here. We gone over 4 hours. Thank my friend JJ Alexander for being here as well. We end this poll. And how long do you think until TNA Impact catches AEW Collision in the TV ratings? 47% say 6 months, 27% say 12 months, 20% say 18 months, and 7% say 24 months. Yeah, I think it'll be like 18 months personally. Thanks, guys, for voting in the poll. Thanks for all the support all the time. JJ, thanks for fucking throwing down with me and having a bunch of laughs, fucking reviewing wrestling and whatnot. Thanks, everybody who tuned in. SummerSlam Saturday and Sunday. I will be streaming it, guys, so make sure you come.
I'll be here.
Yeah, JJ, I think, is going to pull up, so that should be really fun. And tomorrow, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, is live during the daytime. I don't know what time yet, but I'm going to do it during the day because we can't skip a week. There's too much juice to squeeze this week. Thank you all for being here. I've been Phil S. Marks for JJ Alexander over at Full Circle Radio. Go and sub to his channel. He's close to being able to get monetized, right? Yeah, get super chats at least on the live streams and shit. So make sure you guys go and do that. We're on the road to 8,100 subs. Like, we're halfway there and we just hit 8,000, I feel like. So thank you all for that, man. You guys fucking rule. And yeah, I will see you guys next time for SummerSlam. Peace.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong, and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in what'd you think of the show? Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro. The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here. Tony Khan is the best guy. The stars keep climbing to the sky. 7 stars, Dave might just try. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone can do no wrong tonight. Dave's already got the headline tight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone booked the match. Dave loved the match. Tone booked the